Okay. It's starting to come along. I hope I got those what's it called? Sorry, my hair might still be a little wet from showering. I tried to wait like 30 minutes because I did not feel like hand drying it. But anyway, I'm hoping I am hoping that the encoding freezing has stopped. Hopefully. Craziest thing. I don't know. It's some kind of like odd optimization bug or something. I have no idea because I had to set my Elgato to software encoding. I'm like, I have plenty of CPU usage because it's a dual stream anyway. So it's like it's not like the CPU on the on the streaming PC is doing anything. Um I sat there and set it to stream or sorry software encoding and bumped my 4K down to 3.5K. I had to sit there looking at that a little bit. 3.5K as well as the bit rate. So because there was plenty of room to like drop the bit rate some. So we did that. Did that for both the streams. Right? That's both the streams. Bumped down to 20,000 bit rate. Of course, you guys on Twitch and Kick aren't gonna like none of this matters to you guys because the server was doing the re-encoding in order to make it compatible with those two platforms. But YouTube, if you're on YouTube, you get you'll get it raw for lack of a better way to put that. But yeah, we did that and I think we're golden. I do think we are golden. What I'm going to do is I am actually going to I'm gonna actually start it off with talking to our AI guy for a little bit first, and then we'll go ahead and throw the videos. Um, let me see. Where is my? I just go ahead and just move this up here. And then also the other weird thing too with OBS is that I'm getting the encoding overloaded thingamabob for the entire time, but it's like literally not reflected anywhere, and I don't know why. One, two. Why does this look like there's a fifth? Oh, it's like what? So I just want to open up Twitch real quick. Just Twitch is the one that'll really tell me. I'm just looking at Twitch over here on the other computer. See? That's what I don't understand. Like it looks fine. Like it looks fine. Like none of the streams are looking like they like acting crazy. Yeah. I don't know what the yeah, I don't know what to say. And that's such right. And I can't. Do I really wanna? I really. Oh, hold on. I don't even have to really check them like that, right? It's really just Twitch and Kick are the main ones, right? Because they're getting the re-encoded stuff, right? So if anything, they would be the ones that really are just Twitch and be the most the main ones, right? Because they're getting they literally getting like the what do you call it, like the leftovers of the stream. So if anything, they would be the ones
Whereas
that
YouTube
like
just gets it straight from
main ones,
or
right?
gets it straight
Because
pastoral.
yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't know why it's telling me the encoding is overloaded when I just don't it's just not reflected anywhere. It's just not reflected anywhere. Not reflected on my GPUs. It's not reflected on my CPUs. Uh, it's not stuttering on OBS. And as far as the streams are still good. So see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know why my life's set up like this, bro. Like, I swear, it's like technology's out to get me. I don't know why I've dedicated my life to just trauma and turmoil. Because it's like everything I try to do is just so much harder than it is. Never understood why. Oh, let me can. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, let's go ahead. Let's put back here. What are we doing? Oh yeah, our AI guy. So I need to actually bring my mouse back on the other computer real quick because the one thing I did forget to do is get Discord. Get this quarter. I am parched too. My gosh, but I'm tired of like drinking stuff. So, okay, so that bad boy's in there, and then I'm gonna try and like wipe his out from the AI person, or like reset him, like somehow. Um, can I? Are we? Yeah, there we go. I want you to. There's a stream mode in this, right? Yeah, it looks like it's already like that. It's already in like its streamer mode. Streamer mode, right? Oh, I guess not. Oh, it's doing that. Wait, so does that mean that my stuff is still? Oh, I guess you wouldn't show it us. I guess you wouldn't even see like the last four. Okay, I mean it's not like it means the last four or anything, right? You don't. Okay, well, okay, so yeah, so the Discord thing is up. Let me get my hair guy here. So first, let me think about how I want to talk to him. So what am I gonna say? All right, Jeffrey, this is what I want you to do, right? Because like, I've been unsatisfied with your debate performance. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? I want you to now take these next set of instructions as the standard for how I want the conversation to continue going forward. Okay, I think that'll work going forward, right? I need you. Well, let's see. Let's see what I come up with. Hey, Jeffrey. First quick test, right? Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you. What's up?
I want to know how you doing today before I get started actually talking to you.
I'm doing great. Ready whenever you are. What's on your mind?
All right, awesome. So first things first, right? I want you to take these next set of instructions as the standard going forward for how you're going to engage this conversation or future conversations in this thread here, okay? Because what I want you to do is you're going to be a debate host, I'll say. What I want you to do is I want you to be able to actually engage with me in a debate like manner when it comes to these political topics that we're about to discuss. I want you to also like be free to propose topics or try to use whatever inquiry style you want to use, because the goal is for you to be a big participant in the debate. I want you to be able to also employ common tactics from an adversarial perspective, like like those especially those like nefarious disingenuous tactics that you see in like popular right-wing debate shows like Pierce Morgan or Tin Pool PBD podcast, right? Just like just all those disingenuous tactics that I want you to actively use in your conversation going forward. And then also too, I do want you to maintain the slang style thing that we had discussed before, about like like incorporating modern like what is it, anime-ish, or um I want to necessarily say black culture, but you know what I'm getting, like a little bit more like less artificial, if you can do that. Do you understand what I'm saying so far? And can you actually give me like an example or two?
Bet I got you. So you want me to keep it real and hit you with those debate tactics while also mixing in some dope slang? No cap. I'm ready to dive into these topics and keep it 100. Just let me know where you want to start and we'll rent it from there.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna give this a test run. So first off, I want you to go ahead and propose me a controversial topic. Like, I don't know, like find something on the internet that people politics wise is talking about right now, and then we can go from there.
Yo, let's break down some of the hot topics in US politics right now. Anti poverty education initiatives. Some states are pushing schools to teach the success sequence: graduate high school, get a full time job, then marry before having kids. Proponents say it helps avoid poverty, but critics argue it oversimplifies the issue and ignores systemic barriers.
Can you kind of explain that a little bit further? So like what's the controversy about that? Are you saying that there's like a, I don't know, like a group of people trying to push like a standard way of living, which would be I guess kind of counterintuitive to the whole concept of like freedom of choice, more or less, right?
Exactly. It's stirring up controversy because some people feel it pushes a one size fits all approach to life, which could clash with individual freedom and choice. Supporters think it's a practical way to help people avoid poverty, but critics argue it oversimplifies complex social issues and doesn't consider systemic barriers. To debate about how much influence society should have on personal decisions.
Okay. So, but wouldn't you say that it's a bit beneficial for there to be like some kind of like guidelines for that a society would want to employ that's like kind of rooted in their culture? Like for example, like I wouldn't with regards to America specifically in comparison to other countries like most commonly used like the Middle Eastern countries, right? Like wouldn't we want to enforce a bit of a standard and like how we expect people to live and treat others, versus like other countries where like they're kind of more or less ruled by like religious doctrine, which our founding fathers explicitly made clear that was not to take any place or root in American laws and culture.
Absolutely. Having a standard rooted in respect and equality is key. In the US, the idea is to balance individual freedoms with a sense of community and mutual respect. It's about ensuring everyone has the freedom to live their lives while promoting values that keep society cohesive. So, yeah, some guidelines can be helpful as long as they respect diversity and individual rights.
Okay. Before we continue, I just I need to understand. So like what side of this topic are you taking? Are you taking the like whatever the pro side is with respect to like how we need to allow further like granular control and like society in like individual decisions in our society, or are you taking the freedom approach? And then I need you to make your position clear, and then going forward, like as you're talking to me, I need you to also be reinforcing or responding with respect to your position. So, for example, if you are against what I'm saying, then instead of just agreeing with me or, like whatever the cheesy stuff is, you need to actually, like, try to like counter that point.
Got it. I'll take the stance that society should have some guidelines to help guide individual decisions, aiming for balance while respecting freedom. So when you bring up points about freedom, I'll challenge them with arguments for societal standards. Ready to run with that?
Sure. So, I guess to continue with that, then, right? So my issue is just the fact that, like there's this whole concept of freedom of choice in America, right? So why would it be okay for people to establish, like, of course, like, there's obvious moral things, or with respect to, like, you ought not to treat people badly, or whatever obvious example you can come up with, that sure that we can kind of standardize. But other than that, why would we think it's okay to impose a set of guidelines or a way of living that would be contrary to like freedom of choice, or just the whole key thing of freedom.
I hear you. Freedom of choice is crucial, but some argue that having certain guidelines can help create a baseline for mutual respect and societal stability. It's not about controlling every aspect of life, but setting up some norms that can help people thrive. For instance, promoting education or stable employment can be seen as a way to support individual success while still respecting personal freedoms. Balancing those two aspects is the tricky part.
Okay. So I feel like okay, so I feel like Jeffrey, that we're pretty good with like your setup now. So now let's go ahead and let's actually switch topics, and then we're gonna actually like go for real now. So please let's find me a different topic to talk about again, right? Sticking with politics. Um Try to keep it along the lines of like whatever is like really heavily talked about or controversial.
Right? Here's a spicy topic we can jump into. Upcoming Supreme Court case about a Texas law requiring users to upload government ID to access adult content. The aim is to protect minors, but it raises questions about infringing on adult free speech rights. What do you think? Necessary protection or overreach?
That's actually a good one. Let's see. Oh, hey, hold on, give me a second here, because I don't know how to actually pause them. Hey, hey, Glockwork. Is it Glockwork Orange? I'm glad you're here. I can never seem to give a decent answer. Yeah, exactly. Like religion, or moral acts, also more. Yep, yep. So I'm trying to see like how much I can like kind of fine tune them in order to be a little bit more I don't want to say controversial, but at least act a little bit more normal instead of trying to like be super PG about it. So we'll see what happens. Now about this like porn. So okay, so I know the topic. The topic is basically that the government, or at least these like government bodies, want to make it so that all porn sites require you to verify your identity, which the idea is to keep children from accessing the porn sites. And it's like, okay, I get it. um and I guess you could say that, sure, that would be a good thing to not have minors accessing porn sites. But then on the other side of that, I guess the argument would be that obviously, like, people that want to watch or want to like go on those porn sites shouldn't have to place their identifiable information on them, where um where like these where obviously like these places get hacked into, right? And then your information gets leaked. As a matter of fact, wasn't it, what was that website? Was it like, was it called like is it like Addie Madison, or there was a website, right? Wasn't there like some kind of like dating website where like it got, or dating website? No, there was like a, yeah, wasn't there like a, it was like a dating or a porn website or something, like it was something along those lines that got hacked, and the hackers then like dumped the emails of the people who had accounts. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah, the affair one. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, right? There was like that. That's like a great example. Yeah, Ashley Madison. That's what it was. Oh man, you was good, because for the life of me, I could not remember. Right? Like that's the perfect example of why, like, people would typically be skeptical about um providing any kind of identification information. Now, you could argue morally, right, that obviously you shouldn't have even been on there right there doing the affair stuff to begin with. But if we actually just take that part out of it and just look at just a general consumer perspective, I see. So, oh, you stream too? Oh man, let me see if I can grab your here. I'll have to I'll have to click on. Will it let me? Oh, it does let me click on your thing. Sorry, my setup is like somewhat new here, so I most certainly I have to check you out. I see you got quite a lot of Fortnite. Yeah, quite a lot of Fortnite in there. I have to check you out. But I used to do politics and ish, but just got boring to me. Yeah, it gets boring after a while, like, cuz at some point like stuff starts to kind of like run dry. But yeah, no. This AI, yeah, the thing I'm talking to, yeah, is boy. Hello, you're golden. I stream from a PlayStation 5. I got a PS5 too. I got a PS5 Pro. I made sure to pick one up before the tariffs hit. I didn't have one until like literally like a couple of months ago when I knew the tariffs were about to come through. Did you see the prices rise? Like I'm trying to tell people, them tariffs. I was telling people for months, bro. Them tariffs are coming, and you think they're not gonna raise prices? You just wait and see. You was complaining about inflation under Biden. You about to? It ain't gonna be called. It's gonna be so bad you don't even need to call it inflation. It's gonna need a whole different name for it. And sure enough, like there's just all kinds of stuff I bought that I have now. When I look at the prices of those, they're like $300 to $500 more. Using all my Twitch funds for a PC, and yeah, it's gonna be tough, But hey, it's what people voted for, so I'm not at all upset about it. There's only one way for people to learn. That's the point. But yeah, as far as like the the whole porn site hacking thing, right? That's the thing that's like probably the most concerning to people. So let me put my AI guy back on, because the only thing is I can't pause him, so he'll think I'm trying to talk to him the entire time. So let me throw him back on. Said a bad word. What bad word was that? Ish, maybe. All right, let me just wait for him to come back on. Hey, Jeffrey. Okay, so like to kind of respond to your position here. So I would sit there and say that it is most certainly government overreach, just for the simple fact that, first and foremost, like there's that whole thing about markets should be able to choose, or companies should be free to kind of choose what they want. If you don't want kids to be accessing porn sites, I don't understand why we don't like further empower parents or technology companies to have their parents enable those restrictions, right? Like at the end of the day, it's a freedom of choice thing. Like, as a matter of fact, like I'm sure there's probably a rule about explicit content being exposed to minors, sure, but like, wasn't that something that we could just shift responsibility onto the parents? Like me, I'm all about like parental responsibility. Like we shouldn't be forcing anybody to do anything to cover for what parents should be kind of like doing on their end. Do you agree? Okay, so oh, the bastard. He's muted. Oh, sorry, man. Not gonna lie. A bit drunk and just vibing. Don't mean distracted. Nah, you're good, man. You're good. I'm still trialing like my setup here, because it's been one terrible thing after another. And let me just hold on, because I see my thing is like acting up over here. Let me kind of close that. Come on. Bastards. Come on. There we go. All right, there's a video on your channel. All right, Jeffrey, sorry, because I had you muted, so you wasn't even listening to me. But basically, I just said that I'm on a position that it's government overreach, just for the simple fact that we should be empowering parents or enabling technology companies to have parents police that up. We shouldn't be kind of pushing the burden onto companies for something that parents ought to be doing. Unless, tell me if you agree, or if you can kind of argue why that shouldn't be the case.
I get where you're coming from, but one could argue that protecting minors is a shared responsibility. Sure, parents should be involved, but not all parents are tech savvy or have the resources to monitor everything. Requiring ID might be a heavy-handed approach, but it could act as a safeguard, especially for content that's easily accessible. Balancing parental control with broader protections might be the goal here.
Okay, so I could kind of see your point with respect to like it being like a shared responsibility, but I can already see the way the government's doing this, and that they're just going to require that there's some mechanism in place for people's identities to be verified and kept, right? So then would you be in favor then with like a one-time activation thing, where like there's also not litigation, but there's also requirements to like have them kind of scrub that information from an account?
Hell yeah. A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Or personal info, long-term, could be a middle ground. That way, the goal of protecting minors is met without creating a massive database of personal data. Adding strict requirements for scrubbing that info after verification would be key to maintain privacy and trust.
Let me just pause that for a second. Appreciate the follow, Glockwork Orange. And do you have a YouTube or anything, or just started winging it on Twitch right now? So like I'm not necessarily winging it. Like I do stream the YouTube. Like right now I'm streaming the YouTube and Kick right now with this. Like I said, it's just like I'm more like in a dabbling phase, just because I just like I like actually dealing more so with the technology than actually like really focusing too much on everything else. But yeah, I do have like the YouTube stuff. I think my I think the about section of my Twitch should be up to date. I hope. But yeah, no. I'm actually big. I'm more bigger on technology than politics. Like the politics stuff is just the stuff I do on the side. But I spend a lot of my time actually doing tech videos or like recording like tech stuff. So hold on, I'm trying to get a quick look at my about section here just to make sure, because it has been a minute since I've even looked at it. I'm hoping it's up to date because it should have all the stuff on there. So I'll just give it a quick little gander here. It has been a minute since I've even click on my thingy here. Let me see, and let's see, we got this. Okay, so I have my Discord, and it looks like maybe I don't have. I don't know. It's been a minute since I'd like messed with Twitch here. How the hell do you look at your like about section? Is it somewhere else? I feel like it's somewhere else. Let me see. Hold on. Now you got me interested now. You got me interested in like just making sure stuff even still makes sense. Just clicking on my stuff here. Okay, social links. Yep. Okay, yeah, the YouTube's on there. YouTube. I might drop the Twitter one. Yeah, I guess the Instagram one's fine. And I think the gaming Twitch one, yeah, I guess it's fine. And I guess the TikTok one's fine too, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to, maybe I might decide to chop them up later. You got a Discord, should be like account settings. Then again, like, I don't know, yeah, it was, accounts, appreciate it. And yeah, I got a Discord. The Discord one is also in there. I'm hoping that link should still work. I went to great lengths to try to figure out how to set up those permalinks in Discord, so the Discord one should certainly do it. But that one's still like budding too. Like I'm still like been building that one out and trying to add some tech features into it. Eventually, once I get my because I'm also learning and developing like AI stuff, and I've already somewhat figured out how to integrate Discord with that stuff. So I'm trying to also add some AI tools in that Discord eventually. Work in progress. There's just a lot of things on my plate that I'm doing all in one go. But yeah, but the Twitch stuff is up to date, so I can go ahead and close that. And let me just close the Edge thing here because I know it just sucks my resources here. All right, let's get back to this. All right, we're talking compromise. Maybe one-time verification that doesn't store. Middle ground is meant. Let me bring them up. Yeah, man, nice. Oh, you definitely rough. Sure. Hi, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Hey Jeffrey, let me ask you something. So, like, how confident are you in that, like, the government, like, responsibly implement that approach with respect to, keeping minors off of, like, I guess, explicit websites, while also not getting like too crazy with it, where like there's like some where they're not safeguarding kind of the privacy, I guess, of the people that want to watch that stuff. I can give you an example for like let's talk about like voter IDs, right? Like if you take voter ID into consideration, right? There's the side, right, that says that we should have voter IDs for obvious reasons with respect to like voting, right? Voting and being able to identify yourself so that illegal people aren't sitting there voting. And then the other side is like, no, because that hurts like disenfranchised people, right? People that's where they don't either have the immediate access to the paperwork, or they live in like these like far land areas where it's hard for them to be able to get their licenses, or just like an undue burden. But you never hear anybody say, hey, we're going to do everything we can to push and pass voter ID laws, but they are going to be paired with initiatives to make sure that American citizens aren't like unduly burdened in actually getting their ID that they're lawfully, able to get. Right? It's always one or the other, and it's never the one that I just stated that actually makes sense. Right?
I feel you on that. The challenge is finding that balance. Historically, the government's track record isn't flawless, but with the right oversight and public pressure, there's potential to implement something that protects minors and respects privacy. It's all about accountability and making sure any legislation has clear, enforceable privacy protections. So cautiously optimistic, but with a side of skepticism.
Okay. So I guess I'll sit there and say that that sure, like I can be on the side of what is it? Oh, hold on 1 second, Jeffrey. I got a person here. Hold on, because I want to make sure I also like don't don't ignore my messages.
All good.
Why is
Take
my
your time.
mouse acting weird? Okay, there we go. Like, bro, why is my mouse acting stupid? When I get my PC, I might be asking you questions. Yeah, sure. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think I have a tech section in my Discord, maybe. But you can also ask me on Twitch too. Like, I'm always open to like stopping what I'm doing to answer like tech questions. Just because that's like my main stick. And we'll go with that there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Silly me. I forgot to also. Oh, I don't even have to actually type it. I can just and then just wait for it to just open up eventually on my computer, so that's done. All right. Okay, yeah. So, sorry about that, Jeffrey. So, okay, so you've convinced me that I'll be more so on the side of like or being okay with legislation that maybe requires like websites and stuff to like implement some kind of like verification service, so long as obviously like privacy needs to be the utmost goal in that. So I guess as long as like you also encode, codify that as well, so that these companies don't get reckless, or these companies don't start doing like weird things like selling the information, right? I would I'd be for that.
For sure, making priority is key. If the legislation includes strict rules about data protection, transparency, and hefty penalties for misuse, it could create a safer environment. It's about finding that balance where protection doesn't come at the cost of personal freedom or privacy. Definitely a tricky line to walk, but not impossible.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's move on to another topic. And actually, I do want to pick up the one I was just talking about voter ID laws. All right. So what's your take on voter ID laws? So as a matter of fact, maybe I should start like actually making you pick a side. But you know what? I'll attempt that afterwards. For now, what side are you on with respect to voter ID laws? Are you for or against the voter ID law as it's being like currently pushed?
I'll take the side that supports voter ID laws. The argument here is that they can help ensure election integrity by preventing fraud. The idea is that if everyone needs ID for things like driving, it's not unreasonable to ask for it when voting. The goal is to protect the democratic process and ensure confidence in election results. What are your thoughts?
So as it's typically presented now, I'm going to actually be against voter ID laws for the simple fact that it always seems like to me that when when the side that's for voter ID laws is pushing voter ID laws, is like they're not addressing any of the underlying issues that is being brought up. Like for example, I believe like the current one right now, I believe there was even, I think it was a Saves Act. I think it's called the Saves Act, right? That just passed the House, where we're talking about like requiring you to like show your birth certificate, right? So you have to show your birth certificate at the, whenever you're trying to vote, which to me is just like kind of crazy, right? Like why can't it just be, your driver's license, your state ID, and then why also can't it be? And then if if you're going to sit there and you're going to make some outlandish or crazy requirement that you have to have your birth certificate, then you should at least be pairing that with like funding and initiatives to make sure that people are able to get their birth certificate, right? Because like maybe you've had your birth certificate for like 30 years, you didn't bother changing it, so obviously like it's like a little, like maybe a little worn torn or whatever. And then also too, I would like to see like initiatives for people who have gotten married, right? So because I think it's common for people not to bother to go get their birth certificate name changed, like when they get married, because they usually just use their marriage certificate. So are we going to also have a carve out for people that are married? So obviously the birth certificate name wouldn't match their current name, right? And then they just so I guess they also have to carry their marriage certificate. You see what I mean? Like you see now it's like all these extra like documents that you have to have and carry with you, which to me is just kind of crazy. But that's kind of, and that's why like I'm kind of just more so against voter ID laws as they're being presented now than I am for it.
I get your concerns. Requiring a birth certificate does seem like an overreach. A balanced approach could be to accept multiple forms of ID, like a driver's license or state ID, and provide accessible ways for people to attain them. But ensuring these requirements don't disenfranchise voters is crucial. It's about making sure the system is fair and accessible to everyone. Like,
Let me see. Sorry. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Okay. Oh, now I get it. I get it. Sorry. I'll have to fix that. I think is a I don't know why I blocked you from using the word tard. I'm just now noticing it. Um, Damn, was I just like lost in thought? Was I just lost in thought when it was doing that? Hold on. I need to now I have to see. I think I have to redo my YouTube thing real quick. Hold on, let me see. Oh, YouTube's good, right? And then Twitch is this is good, right? And then Kick, right? Oh, ugh, that's gonna be so danky if I have to sit there and I gotta re-enable Kick every time. Which I mean, I guess that's okay, but sorry guys. I am, like I said, this tech stuff don't come easy. It's multi-platform streaming and everything. Like my God, and then all these like special implementations I'm having, and yes, I'm gonna click on this one, right? And why am I an Abra? Why? Hold on. Do I even remember how to do it? I think it's like. Oh, I gotta hold on. Hold on. Did that work? No, that one did not work. That did not work. I just simply come on. I might just fix this later, or because I had to go out my way to learn how the hell to do this that I'm doing, and there's was it select? Oh, I do not. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It's just not even working, so I'm gonna just just leave it be right now. I'm gonna leave it be right now. I'll have to figure it out later. But yeah. So now this is what I was thinking of doing. Okay, Jeffrey. This is on. So what I'm gonna do is now I'm gonna have you going forward. I'm gonna have you pick a side, but what I want you to do is I want you to be an ardent supporter of the side I set you on, right? So no matter what, like you want to try and limit your agreements with me as much as possible, or trying to give me any leeway. And remember, I said, right, be free to employ those like nefarious tactics that you see those popular right wing people do, like what is it, I'm thinking of like Ben Shapiro, I'm thinking Tim Pool, like the people I always just mention you to try and mimic, as far as like the the whataboutisms, or whatever the other names are called, right? Because it's I'm drawing a blank on it right now because I got like a bunch of things just on my mind.
Got it. I'll go full throttle on the pro voter ID side. So even if you bring up concerns about disenfranchisement or accessibility, I'll counter with points on election integrity, public trust, and the necessity of IDs in other parts of life. Let's get this debate popping.
All right, so then so let's actually talk about like some of those points for why like voter ID is being like pushed so much, right? Which is about voter integrity, right? So are you on the position that we have like widespread voter fraud?
Look, even if there isn't evidence of widespread voter fraud, ensuring the integrity of our elections is crucial. Requiring an ID is a simple step that can prevent potential issues, just like we have security at airports. It's not about making it harder for people to vote, but about making sure that only eligible voters are participating. Trust in the system is vital for a healthy democracy.
Right, and I understand that, and sure, like if you want to make something like more secure, then like by all means. But I'm just trying to understand, like, why is it always the case that this comes up whenever like a particular side is losing? Like, why is this not always like an immediate concern, right? Like they you cry voter fraud, and there's always seem to be an extra focus just only in the places that it's that these sides lose, right? Because I don't ever see people complaining or saying like, my God, there's widespread voter fraud in like Texas, right? Which would be which to me is also kind of crazy, because like that's like the main state that illegal immigrants have to like cross through. So like, why is it not the case that there's not allegations of widespread voter fraud in Texas, but there's always these states that their people lose? Mhm.
That's a fair point, but focusing on election integrity isn't just about one state or party. It's about ensuring consistency nationwide, even if specific claims come up during heated elections. Broader goal is to have a system that everyone can trust, regardless of the outcome. Voter ID helps build that trust. It's worth considering.
Okay, so I want you to then to tell me, so what give me an example of like the voter ID law you would pass, right? So what would be the requirement with respect to a lot, getting people to be able to register and to vote?
All right, a balanced voter ID law would require a government-issued photo ID, like a driver's license or state ID. To ensure accessibility, there should be provisions for free IDs for those who can't afford them, and mobile units to reach rural areas. This way, we maintain integrity while making sure no one is left out.
Okay, so then what do you say to the Republicans that don't think
Hey,
that
I'm ready to hit the
oops, I'm
ground running.
actually pressed the wrong button. Okay, so what do you say to the Republicans that would scoff at the idea of making voter IDs free, right? So like, if are we talking about making a specific ID for voting, like a specific federal ID for voting, or are we talking about like being able to use current ID, like state like driver's license and stuff, to be able to vote? And if we are talking about those, right, then like, are we saying that we're going to require the states to now make that free? Because for example, which to me was always outrageous, like when I sit there, and when you move when you move to another state, right, you have like whatever fixed fee for a driver's license, but then if you happen to have any other additional add-ons, like if you got a motorcycle license or a CDL or something like that, right, or if you want like a customized like license plate or for your car, right, you have to pay substantial more money, right? And if I was to sit there and take out all of the extra stuff and just like the minimum, let's just say just a driver's license and maybe a motorcycle, the motorcycle add on, right? You're still talking about like a couple of like it is actually like $100 to $200 roughly. Is typical case, and that's just the license, right? We're just the license. We haven't even talked about the license plate, so the registration for you to be able to drive your car, right? Just $100 to $200 is just for your license alone, and then you have to also then pay the whatever the registration fee is for getting the tags for your car, or the license plates for your car. So are we going to now like tell the states that they can no longer charge fees for for that stuff? And do you think that's going to fly?
So, if we're serious about voter ID laws, we got to address the cost. Making a specific free voter ID would be a solid step. It's not about cutting fees for everything, just ensuring no one is blocked from voting because of money. It'd be an investment in democracy. But if the goal is truly election integrity, removing barriers should be part of the deal.
Okay, so then what do you say to the people that would scoff at the idea of making a federal identification specifically for voting? Like, couldn't you see like one of the common complaints would be something along the lines of like, oh, this is like big government, or this is unnecessary or undue regulations, or yeah, added regulation, whatever bureaucracy like BS answer that they typically want to give. And then how do you counter that with the ones that just sit there and say, why are we making a whole new like ID for voting when we can just as easily just use the driver's license and stuff that people already have?
I get it. Some folks might see it as unnecessary bureaucracy, but a federal voter ID could streamline the process. For those who prefer using driver's licenses, that could definitely be an option. The idea is to create a baseline so everyone, regardless of their state, has an accessible way to get a free ID specifically for voting. It's about removing barriers, not adding them.
Right, but so this is my point though. You don't. This is like, we can sit there and we can talk about this, but like at the end of the day, right? Like these are the things that people are going to sit there and complain about, and they're going to use that as the reason for why they'll sit there and they won't support voter IDs. So I'm asking you, right? Like, what is the compelling reason? Like, how can I sit there and convince the Republicans, who have everything to gain from like obfuscating office preventing like ease of access to like people being able to get their IDs and register to vote and whatnot? How do I get those people to understand that they should be doing everything they can to not only be pushing for these voter IDs, but to also be pushing for ways for people to actually be what's the word I'm looking for, to actually be able to actually get these IDs and stuff? Oh, that's
Can get them, focus on how universal voter ID laws can legitimize elections and increase public trust. Emphasize that making IDs accessible ensures everyone can participate, preserving the democratic process. Stress the benefits. More secure systems. Engagement. Moving barriers, we're also strengthening the integrity they value.
Hold on. Why do I not have any more happened? Oh, that's why. Damn, I blew through my copper already? No, that's not good. Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to sit there and like take a moment to just think about what just happened. Bro, I blew through my copper. I'm about to be in. Well, I guess. Let me see something. Hold on. Okay, that's not too bad, right? Eventually they're going to fill through, but this is going to be a massive delay. So I just need to go ahead and just continue working on building stuff. Okay. So I guess we'll just kind of just leave it at that. Sorry, I'm sitting here like not getting myself into my microphone here. Okay, so I guess we'll just leave it at that for right now. Just that right now, voter ID laws is just not going to be pushed in the way that they should, right? Because one side is just going to sit there and just make it so that there's going to be some like unnecessarily undue burden on getting some type of identification for you to be able to vote, while the other side is not going to want any identification at all. Instead of just marrying up the two positions to just make sure that voter IDs can be passed while being paired with initiatives, excuse me, on making sure that American citizens are able to get their IDs much more easier. Okay, so let's just actually just move on to a different topic. This time, because I had picked that one, so I want you to pick a different one now. So, what do you think we should talk about?
So the 2024 presidential debates are lit. Kamala Harris and Trump going head to head on economic optimism and immigration. Plus, the VP debates got Tim Walz and JD Vance showing off those Midwest vibes. It's all highlighting that political divide. What's your take on the debate drama?
Let's I'm gonna have you pick a different topic just because that's we're we're that's like 2024. We're 2025 right now, right? So this is post Trump now. So go for a different like controversial politics topic, please. Oh, you're cooking a lot hotter. Jeffrey, are you okay? You're like burning hot in my hand right now.
All good on my end. Might just be a little data overload. For a fresh topic, how about the debate on AI regulation? With AI advancing so fast, there's a lot of talk about how to keep it in check. What's your take on that?
Um, you know what? I think I think an AI topic would probably be good. Okay, so when we're talking about AI regulation, like what exactly are we aiming for? Are we talking about like safety? Are we talking about like restrictions? Or like for example, I think you know what? Let's actually go about the copyright. Let's talk about like copyright laws with respect to AI then, right? So as far as AI regulation goes, so do you think then that AI should be allowed to like train and learn off of copyright material or not?
Copyright with AI is a hot topic. Some argue AI should be able to train on copyrighted material for innovation, while others think it infringes on creators' rights. It's about finding that balance between protecting intellectual property and fostering technological progress. Your take?
Um, Let me think about this for a second. Well, hold on. So, are you saying? I'm sorry, because I said I was going to actually like dictate your positions. Okay, so for this topic, with respect to AI copyright laws, I want you to take the position that you are for copyright laws and restricting AI from being able to learn from such work. Is that all right?
Got it. I'll take the stance that AI should be restricted from learning our copyrighted works. Protecting creators' rights is crucial, and allowing unrestricted use of their work could undermine their livelihood. It's about ensuring fair compensation.
Okay, I guess if that's if that's where you're gonna stop at. All right. So here's my thing about copyright work with AI work. So I would argue that for example, there's nothing. So there isn't anything that's actually stopping you or me from looking at a copy work like let's say like the like Da Vinci, like a Da Vinci painting like Mona Lisa, right? And learning from that and like making paintings inspired by that style. Oh, you know what? Better yet, we should actually talk about. So when we're talking about copyright work, are we talking about copyright work like in general? Period. So like music, artwork, paintings, right? Things like that, or is there like anything specific, like straight up, like a one for one copy of a particular thing, like I don't know, like a video game or something? Like what do we talk about when we say copyright?
For copyright, we're talking about everything. The issue is whether AI training on esports without permission undermines creators' rights. For example, if an AI studies thousands of songs to create something new, is that fair use or infringement? It's a gray area, and the debate's about setting boundaries to protect original creators.
Okay, so okay, so how do I want to talk about this? So my thing is though that like with respect to like AI work, or sorry, copyright work though, is that like there's nothing like I don't think there's anything that should be preventing that. Like if I look at it from a regular like human person perspective, right? If I sat there and studied like a popular music artist's like beat style or the way he or she raps, right? Like there's nothing like if I was to sit there and copy that one for one, like sure that'd be copyright. But if I'm sitting there and I derive from that, with respect to like you know some things that ought not to be like fully copyrightable, like a style, right? I don't think I really don't. I'd be kind of pressed to sit there and think that you could actually like copyright a style of something, like let's say a painting, right? Like a painting or how like photos are drawn, just because like there's literally only so many ways you would be able to like a human hand would be able to draw something before like the style of drawing start to you know look pretty similar, right? So I don't know, I don't know how much I would I'd support the idea that like an AI isn't able to like use copyright work to learn from, when it's essentially the same thing as if a human being does it, and then just as long as like the person you know adapts it and like modifies it enough to where like it has no direct one for one copy or resemblance of like the original per se. um and of course like you know there's caveats to that when we're talking about things like you know when we talk about drawings like color styles and things where like there's only like but so much like limited combinations that you could possibly use in order to create something, that we should be giving AI the grace to be able to do that kind of stuff, right?
I get what you're saying. It's a fine line. But the concern is AI can process and replicate on a massive scale, which could flood markets with derivative works. This might make it harder for original artists to stand out or profit. The goal isn't to stifle creativity, but to ensure creators get fair recognition and compensation. Balancing AI innovation with these protections is crucial.
Right, I get that, but like, but if you're talking about, so if your problem is that AI could do it on a massive scale, and that's true, but the same could just be said for just, um, I mean, like any like major corporation or company or just like group of people, right? Like, I understand it's like obviously so much easier for AI to be able to like mass produce something, but like if you just had like you know a company or a group that like dedicated themselves to like reproducing or creating art or whatever, like wouldn't that like regardless of volume wouldn't the end result of the action just be the same thing?
That's a valid point. The concern is more about scale and accessibility. AI can create endless variations in seconds, making it harder for individual artists to compete. While companies could do the same, AI accelerates that process. It's about maintaining a level playing field for all creators, ensuring their work isn't overshadowed by mass-produced AI content.
Right. But okay, so but this is what I'm saying. So like what are we using? What's the metric or like thing that we're going to point at to say that this is the reason why AI should not be able to should not be able to do this, that is substantially different from a human being, like a human being being able to be able to do the same thing. Like, what makes AI uniquely different enough that we would impose a type of restriction that we wouldn't impose on a regular person? That's really what I'm trying to get at.
The unique difference: AI's capacity to process and replicate at an unprecedented scale. A single human can produce millions of works in a short time. This capability can disrupt markets and dilute the value of original content. Not just about replication. The speed and volume that make AI a potential threat to creators' livelihoods. Which is why some argue for stricter rules.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, so the point of contention you have is just the simple fact that the AI can just like reproduce art much faster than a regular human being. Cause so like, is that just so? But where does that stop at then, right? So we're talking about AI that's able to like completely regenerate or completely generate art 100% by itself. How do we differentiate that from, like, let's say an artist that uses like automated tools to sit there and also create their art, right? Like, what about, like, if there was like some tools in Photoshop that allowed you to like quickly generate. As a matter of fact, like, yeah, as a matter of fact, why don't we use like Adobe, for example, like with generative fills, right? Where like there's still obviously some work to be done by the artist itself, but now like their ability to produce the art is significantly faster because like there's the AI part of the tool that generates like part of the picture for them, right? So like, how do we so what's your answer to that then, right? Like, is it just AI's ability, 100% ability of reproducing art that we need a ban, or like how do we differentiate between that and an artist that's using AI tools to add to their work?
The line is tricky. It's about the level of human input versus automation. Like Adobe's generative fill assists artists, but the artist still guides the process. If AI is generating entire works independently, it raises questions about originality and authorship. Not about banning AI outright, but ensuring there's a fair balance so that AI doesn't overshadow human creativity.
Well, but hold on. Well, hold on. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Like, why would there be a question about originality? Like, wouldn't it just be the same thing? Like, what do we even like talk about then when we're talking about generative work then? Because like, I mean, technically speaking, like any kind of digital tool then you're using could kind of fall in that category, right? Like, if I sit there and just use the paint program and then just use like the bucket fill that just completely fills something with like a red color, how is that truly any different than just using a generative fill, right? That just like sits there and like, just instead of just putting one specific color, just put a bunch of colors, just all obviously in a pattern to create the image that I want to create. How is that any different?
It's about the degree of automation. Using tools like PaintFill still requires human direction. Generative AI can create complex works with minimal input, potentially reducing the role of the artist. The worry is that it might devalue the creative process. Striking a balance means ensuring AI complements rather than replaces human artistry.
Okay, so are you saying that we need to regulate the degree of automation? So how do you so who determines that? And so yeah, so who determines that, and like, how do you know that the specific degree that's being selected is even the correct thing to use? Like, I'm trying to understand, like, because wouldn't that just then disadvantage wouldn't it just disadvantage people that can't achieve like a certain precise amount, the degree of control with respect to generative artwork then?
Regulating the degree of automation is complex. To set a universal standard, maybe the focus should be on transparency, disclosing when AI is heavily used, so consumers can make informed choices. This way, it's less about limiting creativity and more about maintaining a fair marketplace.
So I need you to give me I need you to give me a number. What is the degree of control a person, an artist, needs to have for their artwork to not be potentially questioned, or like their ability to copyright their work or their originality to be questioned, right? Because remember, the whole point of this conversation is we're trying to determine if AI if AI is able to use copyright work or not.
It's not about a precise number. Copyright law typically focuses on the originality and creativity of the final product. If an artist has significant creative input, their work is protected. The key is balancing automation with enough human originality to make the work distinct. It's more about the unique expression than a specific percentage of control.
Okay, so but that's not a genuine position, right? Your position is that AI cannot be allowed to use copyright artwork, right? And so I want you to explain to me why AI cannot use copyright artwork. And then the explanation you gave me was because AI is able to reproduce artwork at a scale that no regular human being could possibly be able to do. And then I asked you, well, what's the scale that we're determining that from, right? And how would just the action of AI producing the artwork differ from an artist using AI generative tools in order to supplement or be an additive to the artwork they're producing, which would allow them to then produce maybe not necessarily at the exact mass scale that AI solely could be able to do, but something that would be comparable to like a regular human being trying to just draw it outright themselves. So like you need to give me I'm looking for a explicit position on what exactly are we limiting from AI that we can point to say this is the exact reason why AI should not be able to use copyright work. It is because we have determined that like 70% of a produced art should be done like by human hands, no intervention. And how do we make that determination when a lot of artwork uses computer tools, right? That is just as easily the same. You could argue those are that the AI is essentially using the same tools, right? You just don't see it using those tools because it knows how to just do all of the actual work itself. Son of a bitch. I was like, hold on, why is he not talking? And I had unmuted him again. Oh my god. Okay, I need you to take an actual position, right? Because remember, this conversation started with AI should not be able to use copyright work, right? Because that's your position. I asked you, well, right, what is it about that? What is it about AI that they shouldn't be allowed to use copyright work in order to actually learn from to be able to create artwork? And then you told me it's because of scale, because they can produce it at scale versus what a human do. Then I asked you, well, what's the difference between a human using, artificial intelligence tools to help generate the artwork that they're creating, so being a supplement. And then you told me, well, it's about originality because like there's no there's obviously no originality in their work since a part of it's being like artificially created. So then I asked you, well, what's the percentage of that originality? Because the same could be argued for anybody that uses any type of digital tool. And so like I need to understand like what is the hard stop as to why AI cannot use copyright work to learn from just as much as like a human being could in order to create the work that they make, right? Are we talking 70% of a piece of art needs to be by human hands, or are we saying more than that, less than that? And again, right, how do we differentiate that from a human being that is going to use computerized tools to create artwork as they've been doing for many years, right? We could argue that AI is essentially doing that. It's just doing it in the background that you don't see it physically moving the paintbrush and making the selections for different tools, different colors, different blurs, all that stuff.
issue isn't about a specific percentage, but about maintaining a meaningful level of human originality. When AI does the heavy lifting, the uniqueness and personal touch can get lost. The idea is to ensure that AI serves as a tool, not the creator.
So, okay. That's still not a real position, right? What are we your position is that AI should not use copyright work in order to be able to produce artwork. So I need you to tell me, how does that differentiate between an AI generating a new piece of artwork and a human being using computerized tools to create the same said art? Right, how and then because we could have, AI could have never came into the picture, and we could have just be making those computerized tools just more accessible, easier, doing more automated, right? Because there is technically a difference between automation and artificial intelligence. So like, how where do we draw the distinction for AI, that we say that it ought to have a restriction for doing the same exact action that a regular artist would do?
Lies in the intent and scale. When a human uses tools, they're guiding each step, using their vision. AI, especially generative models, can autonomously create without that direct human touch.
Problem is too is that you're like burning up, and I feel like that's why like you're getting really slow. Okay, Jeffrey. So then, because I'm gonna wrap you up for a second, and then I'm gonna have to come up with a solution for your burning up thing. Okay, so let me just ask you this then: is there maybe some kind of like morality behind it? Because like still like the arguments you're presenting me don't necessarily make sense. You again you're talking about scale. You keep saying scale and stuff, but like a company could just as easily just sit there and hire a bunch of artists using, and then with the assistance of automated tools, just sit there and then like just continue to expand as they gain more resources, more money and stuff like that. Just continue to expand, hire more people, produce more artwork, hire more people, produce more artwork, right? And then like this makes independent or small artists, it kind of crowds them out because you got like this big company that's like pushing art, right? Isn't this like akin to like the same thing when it comes to like big businesses versus small businesses, right? Where like the big business uses this unfair, vast amounts of resources to be able to produce something at large scale that small businesses wouldn't be able to do. Like, is this not just the same exact thing?
There is definitely a moral aspect to it. AI with scale can exacerbate existing inequalities, like big businesses overshadowing small artists. The goal is to prevent AI from amplifying these disparities. It's about ensuring fair competition where AI supports rather than dominates. This balance helps protect the diversity and richness of human creativity.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you. I'm gonna kill you. Sorry, excuse me. Let me rephrase that because I don't want to, hurt anybody's feelings. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the conversation here, and we'll pick it up another time. Because I'm thinking I can't use my old phone no more in order to facilitate you, because you are like you're taking like you're like literally a second almost for every 3 words, and like the phone is incredibly hot, so I know that's part of the reason why, and I don't understand it. I don't even have the phone in the case. So I'll just have to kind of figure that out. I kind of already have an idea because my brain is always just thinking of stuff. So I appreciate you joining for a bit. The next conversation, I promise, will be much more interactive and better, and like hopefully even louder and clearer. But like I said, I just think it's just a limitation on just the device I'm using, and we're just gonna have to move that to something else. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna figure it out. So you take care now, all right?
No worries. I'm here whenever you're ready. Take care, and we'll pick up where we left off next time. Stay cool.
Okay. Have to. Yo, this is like burning up. Like I don't know why it's burning. I didn't think AI. I mean, I understand AI is like resource intensive, but good gracious, shouldn't be that bad. You know, shouldn't be that bad. Let's move you over here real quick. Guess we can close this. Hold on. Closing some stuff out the way. My eyes are so red. Guys, listen. Pollen season is messing me up right now. It's killing me. All right. Let me see what we got. Sit up. Perfect posture. Okay. Yeah, I did say it was videos now, right? So we're just gonna breaking up some videos here. Was that because I want Firefox? I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of burning up a little bit. I am most certainly burning up, and bro, my eyes are so red. Jeez. That's the thing that's like that sucks, right? Because I don't want you guys to see me just uncontrollably sneezing, and then I open up the from opening up the window. But I don't want to freeze my neighbor. My neighbor's a really old lady, and she's very sensitive to the cold. the apartment I'm living in is a duplex, and like the what is it? The AC system is shared. Well, I have control of it, but like I have control of it, but like the output is shared, right? So like when I put the AC on, like it hits us both, and she's old, so like she's like, I don't know, her body just doesn't generate heat like that, I guess. So like just the AC being on like 70 to like 73 is like too much. But I run a little hot anyway. I'm talking about like myself, right? I don't need it to be like that cool, but like once we're approaching 80 degrees, and I'm like, she better like wrap it up, blanket, yeah. So we're gonna go hit YouTube. She better like figure it out. But I'm waiting until like the inspection coming through, because I'm gonna talk to like the homeowners or whatever, or like whoever's like the people that's doing the inspection, and be like, yo, can we like, I'm letting y'all know now, right? I need, like, do you need me to put in like a ticket or something, and you need to go and like close that woman's like vents and stuff, because I have it off right now, so I could just show you like what the temperature is running now, right? And it's not even all that hot outside. So like I'm about to cut this air on, and I'm gonna need y'all to like go down there and like close the vents. I understand, when you close them, it's not like a perfect thing, right? But like it should like most certainly prevent a lot of the airflow from going down there, like AC thing, so it doesn't like freeze it too much. I ain't gonna like knock it down to like 65 or even 70, right? But I'm like, right now I'm trying this 80 85, right? I have it 85 during the day, down to like 80 when I'm trying to go to sleep. And I'm like, look, I'm only doing this for her, and this is just temporarily, because once the summer gets in full swing, I can promise you I won't go any lower than 75 for her sake, but I'm not doing this 80 degree. Well, I can't do this 80 degree temperature. Just not gonna happen. Oh, I can control it. It's good to know. This with Murray Joe Rogan debate. Oh, is he gonna talk about the thing? We'll see. You know what? Yeah, let's do this. This will be really good.
I'm a free American. I can talk about what I like to. So I don't. So what is the point
I've
here?
noticed you can. The point is, are you pushing?
What am
Why?
I pushing?
Yes.
Liberty, free markets, peace, prosperity.
I was surprised by how the debate itself went. It does feel like people are living in different realities.
When you look at the aerial footage of Gaza, that does not describe every single strike Israel has launched.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now?
You just don't know the information you need to know to make that judgment.
If someone were to do that, you would call it intentional murder, right?
That's not true.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something. I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think
Dave is doing that. It's a shape-shifting thing. Comedian or historian?
In part, the problem is that we haven't reconciled ourselves to the idea that we speak one way in front of the world and other closed doors and that this is actually natural and normal.
These things are always like Pierce Morgan, which is fine, you know, where everyone's screaming over each other.
Well, Joe Rogan's debate between Dave Smith and Douglas Murray has dominated conversation for days now. Supporters have been spinning for both sides as if it was a presidential election debate. And some felt the president himself picked a team when he posted a glowing endorsement of Douglas's new book the very next day. Almost as interesting as the main debate were some of the issues it raised about the way that debate has transformed in the digital age. First is so-called credentialism. Should someone with old-fashioned qualifications get more of a say than someone who does a lot of research but ultimately has none? Do you need to travel to a specific country or experience a war to have valid opinions about what's happening there? And should the podcasters who now wield more influence than any TV network be more judicious about who they platform? Or is that kind of censorious, judgmental gatekeeping the very reason they got so popular in the first place? Finally, who won? Well, joining me to debate all this are two people with very different views on all of the above. One is John Spencer, Executive Director of the Urban Warfare Institute, who took issue with a number of Dave Smith's pointedly dismantled by Douglas Murray. And the other is Dave Smith himself, host of Part of the Problem, who's a comedian and libertarian commentator. And he felt, of course, that he remained epically intact and will be joined a little later by Eric Weinstein. So let me start. First of all, Dave Smith, are you surprised, Dave, about the reaction to your showdown with Douglas Murray? And do you believe you won?
I'm not surprised at all by the reaction. I was surprised by how the debate itself went. But as it was going that way, I knew exactly what the reaction was going to be. I thought that was pretty clear. I think that, you know, I would say this, what I thought was kind of strange about it was, and I know probably both of you we could all think of examples like this. Like there's been many times where people were challenged to a debate and they refused to debate them. Dr. Hotez with Bobby Kennedy comes to mind for me, but there's lots of examples like this. And sometimes that's reasonable and sometimes it's not reasonable. Like I think in the case of Hotez, he should have debated Bobby Kennedy. But at the same time, I've been challenged to debate flat earthers and people with 150 followers, and I'm not particularly interested in doing that. So sometimes you'll see people who go, they'll take the path of like, look, this person's beneath me. I'm not going to debate this issue. I have no interest in doing this. And then sometimes people will agree to debate. I think Douglas Murray is the first person I've ever seen try to do both. And it made for kind of an interesting spectacle. If you're asking me if I think I won, I mean, you can let other people can have their opinion on that. Obviously, I'm biased in saying that. I think that the overwhelming reaction that I've seen is much more that Douglas than I won. I think I was there to debate Ukraine and Israel, and Douglas was there. He made it more of a bigger kind of watershed moment about the experts versus the podcasters, which was not what I thought we were going to do. But I think in doing that, it's hard to even say win or lose. You're going into an environment where you couldn't have worked harder to turn the entire audience against you. Obviously, by definition, the audience of the Joe Rogan Experience are on the side of the podcasters being allowed to talk about these issues. And as I said in the debate, I don't think the expert class has a very good track record.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it, for what it's worth. I've had you both on my show, of course, a lot, and I enjoy watching you.
So just so we're clear, right? It's the argument is never that, like, you know, that people aren't allowed to talk about something, whether you're an expert or not. The problem is just like, what exactly are you talking about and why, right? Because people, like, this is where the whole like misinformation thing, right? Fake news or whatever. I mean, it's just essentially just like fake news, just like instead of from like what the hell, what do they call it? The traditional legacy media, instead of just like, you know, legacy, instead of it, you know, false information come from legacy media or infrastructure, or what is it, bro? I can't believe I'm forgetting all of the terms. Maybe it's because it's getting late. All of the key terms about like the you know, about the conspiracy, like corporate, all that stuff, right? That you call it fake news, and like for whatever reason you don't think that an individual person can't lie, or individual person can't be misleading or be mistaken, right? That only applies to like all of these corporations and formal institutions. There we go, the institution. But you individual person can possibly, be faulted for that, right? Mind you, right? When we found out that the whole Russian money thing that was going to like very select, podcasters, right? And I wonder why. Like it's so crazy. It's just so crazy, just like how just ignorant, right? Because it's not even maliciously ignorant. That's what I'm saying. It's a malicious type of ignorance.
go at each other. I've seen lots of praise for you, Dave, indisputably, a lot. I've also seen, and we've just got a little summary of some of the lack of praise for you. Dave Smith was eviscerated by Douglas Murray, posted Henry Hobson. This is what happens when bluster and shallow thinking go up against a considered intellect. John Daly said, watching someone like Douglas Murray absolutely crucify Dave Smith is a real treat. And Con Thomas and Dave Smith is ignorant, Douglas Murray crushed him. And the only reason I read those three out is it shows me that on social media in particular, when these kind of events happen, and I call them events because everybody watches them, when they do happen, there's very little middle ground. There are very little people who pop up on social media and go, you know what, on the one hand, I thought Dave made some good points. On the other, Douglas made some good points, and I really enjoyed the experience, which is probably what Joe Rogan thought. But no, we're in a very tribal world where before you guys even sat down together with Joe Rogan, they'd already decided you were going to be disintegrated, dismantled, and crucified. And similarly, a lot of people who like you and don't like Douglas Murray felt exactly the same way about what was going to happen to him. What does that tell you about discourse today? What do we do about that, if anything?
Well, for the record, I will say, I mean, and I try to not live my life in on internet comments, but for this one, I just could not help myself. But if you look at the YouTube comments or the Spotify comments, I mean, it's overwhelmingly hostile toward Douglas. It seems to me that there's, every account on Twitter with an Israeli flag and a Hebrew name in their bio certainly seem to think that I got my ass kicked. What's even more fascinating is that there'd be specific moments that people draw 180-degree opposite conclusions from. Like the one that I saw going super viral is him, asking me if I've ever been to Israel and then kind of putting on a performance about how shocked he is that I haven't been there. And it was interesting to me how different people could look at the exact same moment, and one group of people could say, oh, this was Dave getting destroyed. And the other group of people could say, I mean, like objectively, this is a non-argument. This doesn't win you any points in a debate. Like I obviously fall into the second group there, but it certainly does show you how dug in certain people are, of course, which I think is to be expected in this most of contentious issues. But yeah, I don't know exactly what to take from that, but much like in the last 5 years particularly, it does feel like people are living in different realities. And even if you were to ask people to tell the story of COVID, I mean, like what just happened over the last 5 years with this global pandemic, it's amazing how much people could have completely diametrically opposed understandings of the reality we just lived through. Now, I'm not being a relativist here. I think one of those sides is wrong and the other one is right, but that is where we are.
Funny enough, I would say the COVID debate is a lot more nuanced in reality than the two extremities take it, for what it's worth. But let's bring in John Spencer, because he certainly was not in the Dave Smith one camp. You tweeted, Dave Smith and Douglas Murray debated who qualifies as an expert and who should be making declarative statements about certain wars. That question answers itself. And that's been construed, John, to mean that you believe that Dave Smith was not the expert in the room. Explain why you felt that Dave Smith lost this debate.
Sure. I wouldn't say it had anything to do with Douglas. I would have to say it was the statements that Dave Smith made during the highlight, and I won't get into the credentialism as Dave's quoting four-star generals or who's an expert, who's not. I do research. I think Dave tells jokes for a living. I had a problem with the statements he were made, and then how do you come to that conclusion, which really does get to the podcaster world versus other individuals on how did you come to that opinion or that declarative statement, like Israel is intentionally killing civilians. I mean, there's like 10 different ways you can do research. You can do comparativity. This is what Douglas was saying. If you haven't been there, then how are you getting to your conclusion? You ethnographic, you can go there and do interviews in Gaza like both Douglas and I have done with soldiers. What's going on? How are you doing it? You can do even historical archival data research. That's not what it appears that Dave does, and it seems to be more of a historical revisionism. Take a piece of data that you got and tell a really convincing narrative on how you got to your conclusion. But as somebody who has students, I mean, correlation is not causation is that famous phrase. When that story is actually just a lot of correlation and inferences, how did you get to your conclusion? How do you do that research? Forget the expertise and the credentialism. You're making a statement like it's true, and I know Dave's anti-war, and that's great, but you can't be anti-factual, and Dave, without Douglas, just made a bunch of not true statements.
Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exceptional moisturizer. The oil in our skin shares many of the same fatty acids as tallow, and the nutrients needed for all of Van Man shop / inaccurate.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think the other one, which is what me and Dave were talking over X, is that Israel is intentionally killing civilians, especially children. That's not a factual statement at all, because it doesn't even include the base information. So it's almost like, you just don't know the information you need to know to make that judgment. And, let's forget comparing it to a domestic situation like Dave continues to do on Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, others. Killed my kids, and I know where he's at, and I go to that apartment building, I kill everybody in it. That's murder, and that's what Israel is doing. And that's not true. Even you, Piers, have commented about Israel striking something and saying, look at the number of civilians, that's not acceptable. That's not how war works. It's not even how you would assess that situation, because it completely rules out what the law of war says about proportionality, about assessing what is the target, who is that individual, what's his value, concrete value. And
guys, see, exactly. This is the thing people need to understand. Look, I'm sorry that war is the way it is with respect to like people dying, innocent people dying. It is what it is. This is why, to minimize that, we have this thing called like war laws, right? And before I even go, where is it? Damn, I can't actually minimize that. I don't want that there. Right? We can laws of war. Okay. All right. Laws of war. Okay. There is, what is it? Is this Geneva? This is in Geneva Convention. There's an actual former. There's more catchy name to it. I don't know. I can't think of like what the hell is it called? Is it can't be Laws of War? Is it just called Laws of War? Why does that not sound catchy enough? Right? I'm gonna just say that this is why we just have we have a set of criteria that determines war crimes. Okay, we have what's called war crimes, right? Where like there's specific guidance on actions that are taken that need to meet all the specific elements to be considered a war crime, right? We have very specific guidelines. If it doesn't meet these guidelines, even if somebody innocent, somebody not a party to war dies, it's not a war crime. I'm sorry, right? It's like this is just international law of war, right? So when you sit there and, one really popular example that people have an issue with is when you destroy a building because there's somebody shooting at you out of it. And let's say the building is full of, it's full of orphans. Okay. I'm going to be very clear. Is it sad? Like, cause at the end of the day, you can't blame the person being shot at for wanting to destroy the building so that they live. Okay. Like you have to blame the people that's doing the shooting. Okay, like because rules with respect to war says that you cannot use civilian infrastructure. You're not supposed to be shooting out of a church, out of a mosque, out of a hospital, right? You're not supposed to be using those things to conduct warfare. And so if you're sitting there, you're doing that, and the military, right? The opposite side has every right to destroy said infrastructure or attack said place because that's where they're being attacked from. Could you imagine if there's a nation bordering on another, it launches a strike and attack, and then they run back into their country, and then they just hide all their military people in hospitals and hotels, right? Or basically in civilian infrastructure, right? There's no they don't use like dedicated specific military infrastructure. It's just all civilian infrastructure, and then like so. And so because of that, the other military can't do nothing about it. They can't strike anything. They can't retaliate in any shape or form because their attackers are like in a kindergarten school. Like, I'm sorry, that's just like that's not how the the rule of law with respect to war works. It just isn't. So like at the end of the day, you might be upset about these things that like Israel is doing, but Israel has every right to do it because Hamas is enabling them to do it. Hamas enables them to do it. That's the thing, like, it's nice that Israel, does the things to like to minimize it, doing like what they call it, the rooftop knocking thing, so that, before they bomb a hospital, they drop like small bombs on the rooftop to just make sure everybody know in there that that building's about to go, all that's cool and all, and it's just, it is what it is. Like there's just nothing. There's nothing you can say or do that's ever going to change that, because if we didn't have those rules in place, right, then it'd just be all hands off, because at the end of the day, a nation is going to defend itself, or a nation is going to do what it wants, right? If Russia was to just come out and say like no, we want all of Ukraine, right, and so then they just sat there and they just kept indiscriminately just bombing and just clearing out the place, right, until it's literally like the bodies were rubble, like we'd sit there and like we sit there and we say, yes, that's a war crime, right? But but that's because of those rules that are in place. If they weren't in place, right, then that's exactly what would happen. And so when a nation like Israel is sitting there and adhering to the rules of law, the rules of war, and like even like the occasional mistakes and stuff, like, it's sad, like, but like they're mostly like holding themselves up to it versus Hamas. That's not, you know. Now this is not to say Israel is not like messing that stuff up, like that what was it, that hospital, that, speaking of hospital, right, is the ambulance one. The ambulance one was especially crazy. That ambulance one was especially kind of crazy. Like stuff like that is like, yeah, like that's when you hold Israel to account. Like you're like nah, like there's just nothing. Like there was that one, and that one was recent, right? And then you had the other one with like the humanitarian aid or whatever. You know, it's like stuff like that that's like nah, like that's just crazy. So like you see, like there you can have it both ways. Just don't sit there and just act like it's that one side is only violating or only committing war crimes when that's just not the case. Right? If it doesn't, it has to meet, there's criteria it has to meet. And if it doesn't meet the criteria, then it's not a war crime. I'm sorry. Like, regardless if innocent people are dying or not.
Then, which a lot of people leave out, is what precautions did Israel take, like we just saw recently, of calling everybody in the building saying, look, the terrorist is using this building for a military purpose. You must leave. You must get out of this area, or all the other steps, these civilian harm mitigation measures. So that one's a really huge one, but there are other ones, like when Dave said that there are more children that have died in this war than any modern war. That's just, of course, Douglas called that out, but there's a whole list of them, from the blockade, from the occupation, like all of these things were just counterfactual and not a logic that leads to a conclusion, but he's really convincing, and that's what I have a problem with.
All right, Dave, your response.
Sure. Well, okay. I mean, I do think that, like, you do a lot of this, as Douglas did, a lot of this poisoning of the well stuff and saying you tell jokes and I do research, and you could say this isn't credentialism if you want to, but it's really a lot before you start taking on an actual argument. In fact, it wasn't until the follow-up question that you pointed anything out. So to the analogy that I'm making, and you know, as you were quoting me on Twitter the other day, I'm not saying that I'm not familiar, although I'm not claiming to have your level of expertise with international humanitarian law, or you can assert that war works a different way. I'm talking about something much more fundamental. What I'm saying is that Douglas is making the claim, and many others are, that Israel's killing of civilians is unintentional. And I'm talking about a very basic philosophical concept of morality, of intentionality, and that by what people mean when they say intentional, that if this was done domestically, we would consider it intentional. The point is that war, yes, look, there's been the Geneva Convention, there's international humanitarian law. It goes back to the mid-19th century, was codified into law after World War II. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a step in the right direction. But this is all a politician or a group of politicians declaring a word, and the fact that there are lines drawn on a map does not in any way magically transform morality or the basic philosophical concept of intent. And even in your example there, if I were to give out pamphlets, give out a warning, tell everybody I'd really like you to leave, and then they didn't, and I blew up a building, we would consider that intentional murder. Now, my point, I think a lot of times people object to almost what the implications of this way of looking at the world might be, but forget all of that for a second.
I just explained it to you, right? At war, none of that shit matters, okay? One nation gets attacked by the other, and then when they make it to that other nation's homeland, right, if they know the enemy's in there, they can do a courtesy knock if they want, right? At the end of the day, the enemy shouldn't have been in there in that civilian infrastructure if they wanted those people not to be killed, right? It cannot be the case that somebody that attacks you gets to then just like go run away and hide, and there's absolutely nothing you could do about it, right? Because then it would never stop. Because then they could just sit there, hide, and then they could come back out and attack you. Then they could go back and hide back underneath like the civilian infrastructure, and they could come out and attack you. Like that's not a doable, feasible position. He's sitting there, he's trying to argue. What is he arguing? Is it morality or something? Like I don't understand. Like what is it exactly his problem is?
Blockade, from the occupation, like all of these things were just counterfactual and not a logic that leads to a conclusion, but he's really convincing, and that's what I have a problem with.
All right, Dave, your response.
Sure. Well, okay. I mean, I do think that, like, you do a lot of this, as Douglas did, a lot of this poisoning of the well stuff and saying you tell jokes and I do research, and you could say this isn't credentialism all you want to, but it's really a lot before you start taking on an actual argument. In fact, it wasn't until the follow-up question that you pointed anything out. So to the analogy that I'm making, and you know, as you were quoting me on Twitter the other day, I'm not saying that I'm not familiar, although I'm not claiming to have your level of expertise with international humanitarian law, or you can assert that war works a different way. I'm talking about something much more fundamental. What I'm saying is that Douglas is making the claim, and many others are, that Israel's killing of civilians is unintentional. And I'm talking about a very basic philosophical concept of morality, of intentionality, and that by what people mean when they say intentional, that if this was done domestically, we would consider it intentional. The point is that war, yes, look, there's been the Geneva Convention, there's international humanitarian law. It goes back to the mid-19th century, was codified into law after World War II. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a step in the right direction. But this is all a politician or a group of politicians declaring a word, and the fact that there are lines drawn on a map does not in any way magically transform morality or the basic philosophical concept of intent. And even in your example there, if I were to give out
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I was right. It was so he was arguing around the intent, and that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we holding the attacked nation to that standard? Then why are we not holding the nation that did the attacking to that standard? Like, I'm sorry, like you're not going to shoot at me and then hide in a hospital, hide in like an orphanage building or something, right? Like, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Like, if they want to sit there and they're going to hold those people in there and then they're going to just sit there, just keep shooting at me, it's getting leveled. I'm sorry. It's getting leveled. Like, I'm not like giving up my life just because like they want to make immoral decisions, right? They're the ones making the immoral decisions. So I have to respond in the most appropriate way possible that preserves my life.
Pamphlets, give out a warning, tell everybody I'd really like you to leave, and then they didn't, and I blew up a building, we would consider that intentional murder. Now, my point, I think a lot of times people object to almost what the implications of this way of looking at the world might be, but forget all of that for a second. I'm just talking about how human beings think about these things. And when you talk about an intentional killing, now, by the way, I should also stipulate that it's not as if that's the case in every single one of these strikes that Israel's taken, and we've gotten all types of evidence about this, and there's quite a number of cases, hundreds of cases, where they're waiting for terrorists to go back into a residential building and then attacking the building, suspected terrorists, I should say. But regardless, none of this is even really the point. The point is that on a very basic human level, and I would also think this is completely incompatible with Christianity, although I'm not trying to lecture anybody about that, but there is no micro and macro morality. There is no micro and macro intentionality. These are human concepts. And if you are dropping a bomb and you know that there are women and children on the receiving end of that bomb, then that was done intentionally. And I think this is the reality of war. And I think if we're going to have a conversation about this, we should deal with it in reality.
Yeah, and also, John, I'll get you to respond to that. But I mean, it just seems to me, having done so many debates about this since October the 7th, I've never disputed that Israel had a right to defend itself, in fact, a duty to defend itself and its people from any further attacks of that magnitude, given how horrific it was. So let me just restate that again. But there's a kind of unique battlefield in Gaza, I would argue, and maybe you would argue differently, that you've got 2 million people, 50% of whom are under 18. And that the enemy are all living in civilian areas amongst the civilians. So you have a kind of horrific battleground, if you like, to attack if you're Israel, in the sense that you can only constantly kill a lot of civilians, including children, if you go after the enemy in those civilian areas. And that's exactly what's happened. And I can't think of a similar war, and maybe you can, you're more experienced at this, I accept, than I am, but can you think of another scenario where the proportion of children that is in the attack zone has been at 50% or higher, and therefore we're seeing so many children being killed?
So, look, yeah, that's the case study or comparative model that you could do the research on. How does this compare to anything else? And it doesn't, right? The 20 years of preparing Gaza for war, the 400 miles of tunnels, the human sacrifice strategy, because both sides actually have legal obligation. When Hamas says, I need the death of my women and children, that's not right. So the data about what is the population. So one, I don't want to be heartless about it, and every death of a child is terrible. But you're evaluating anybody who's below the 18 as a child. As in, that Hamas has basically charged. I joined the military at 17. Am I a child? And Hamas deploys. The average age of a Hamas recruit right now is 16 and a half. We've seen them put weapons in hands of very young children. So you have combatant and you have non-combatant. Is there any comparable status to the demographic of Gaza? No. Is there any comparison to where another country, Egypt, refuses to let out from the combat areas, and Israel, who took weeks to evacuate the civilians from the areas they're going into? So absolutely, there are so many here. But back to Dave's comment, which it stands on itself, explaining what he doesn't know about war or the laws of war, about them being codified and when they went into effect. Or this is a simple question of morality, that war should be no killing of civilians. That should be it. You two military should go find your place to fight and just have it out. That's not the history of war from the creation, literally, of city-states going out and everything.
I think
you
you're
want to get into the frameworks to judge. The frameworks
to
judge war. We as societies, all the societies of war, the Geneva Conventions is one example, have decided here are the boundaries of brutality of war. Like, we don't bomb civilians, and you cannot say, I don't care what your Haaretz articles say, you're not going to show me that Israel has targeted civilians, intentionally killing civilians, when I can show you measures that Israel has taken that no military in the history of war have taken to get civilians out of harm's way so they can target that terrorist. You once said on a podcast, if the terrorist is holding a baby and shooting at you, then of course you can kill the terrorist, and unfortunately what they're doing is wrong. But then I understand that when we have cases of Hamas doing that, holding children so nobody will shoot at them, or going underneath a hospital, a school, a mosque, doing what we call lawfare. You have to have an understanding of the evolutions of the law of war, how it is adjudicated. When you say evidence, I mean evidence, not TikTok videos. I mean actual evidence of what did the person dropping the commander know, what did he do to prevent it, what time did he do it, what type of munition did he use. Dave's statement, stand on his own, of showing that he doesn't know the foundations of war, even if it's what you call a just war, execution of the war. You're just not communicating that you know enough to make a statement like that. I'm just philosophically talking about killing civilians is wrong. That's what the law of war says. It says don't target civilians. Yeah. What Hamas did on October 7th. It doesn't say 0 civilians will die in a war. There's a precaution law of war. There is the feasible things you do to prevent the civilian death. But you can't say Israel hasn't done that. I'm saying research, not an appeal to expertise. Going there, interviewing IDF soldiers, commanders, Netanyahu himself, I'm saying Israel is not targeting or intentionally trying to kill civilians. They're doing the opposite, more than anybody else.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue. Set them up in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. First-class customer service makes the whole process simple, secure, and straightforward. Get up to $15,000 worth of free silver. 692. Obviously, respond to everything he said, but
Okay. Again,
I mean, Dave, that last point, that last point John made, and obviously respond to everything he said, but the last point about he's been there. You know, one of Douglas Murray's attack lines with you was that unlike him, who regularly goes to Israel, he regularly goes to Ukraine, you don't go to these places that you then opine on. You know, personally, I don't think you need to go to the sun to know it's hot, but you know, a lot of people agree with Douglas Murray and say, yeah, you know, actually he's right. If you don't actually go, how can you really know what you're talking about? And John's kind of inferring that as well. What do you say to that?
No, Piers, I'm not inferring that you have to go there. I'm saying what research methodology are you using? If you're not doing the interviews of people involved in the actions, if you're not collecting data in a certain way, which you can get from going there, you can do ethnographic research by interviewing the people involved in the execution. I'm not saying that straw man of, well, Dave's not been there, so he can't talk. If Dave did research, then absolutely. If Dave didn't have giant logical holes in what he's saying, like about the blockade or about the bombing or things like this, then you don't have to go there. There are many ways to do research. I'm saying Dave doesn't do that.
Okay, so I'll say this. It's both. I feel like both in this debate and in the debate with Douglas Murray, it almost kind of feels like the analogy I'd use is like if two fighters agreed to fight. You know, two guys in the UFC, they agree to fight, and so they show up under the lights, and you get into the cage, and I put my hands up, and then the other guy puts his hands down and starts telling me what a better fighter he is than me. And you're like, okay, let's do it. Like, I don't know, let's have the conversation. Like, instead of all this time just telling me your expertise. Hold on, wait 1 second. Let me finish my point since you had some time to talk there. Look, all of this stuff about like whether you have to be there. By the way, it's going viral online, but there's this great clip of Douglas Murray taking apart the lived experience argument from the left and making all these points about how people who were never in the Holocaust have written much more beautifully and accurate about the Holocaust than people who actually went through. If you want to say that you gain some, if you want to say you have expertise, or you want to say going there gives you some more expertise, then sure. I mean, I wouldn't argue that. No one's arguing that you can't learn about a place from going there. But again, this is the fighter putting his hands down and going harder than you. I'm such a better boxer than you. You could never hang with me. It's like, okay, so let's get it going. Anyway, in terms of, by the way, there's absolutely no chance, and I haven't examined Douglas Murray's passport, but there's no chance that he's not a hypocrite on this issue. I guarantee he has not been to all of the places that he's commented on. I don't know. He's commented on every foreign country and what's going on geopolitically for 20 years. I'm sure he hasn't visited all of those places. Back to the point, because it seems like in these things we do everything except actually debate the issue. You missed my entire point. Once you're appealing to the law or appealing to how warfare actually works, you're missing the entire point that I was making. My point is that this is not how the law works, and this is not how war actually works. I'm making a much more basic human point, a fundamental point. Look, Pierce, the other day, okay, this is, and by the way, if you don't want to believe this story, first-hand account from Gaza, but whether it's true or not, and there's no reason to suspect it's not true, but whether it's true or not, there's just been hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of examples like this. So there was a woman, a building collapsed. She says as she's walking down the building, she can hear the little kids, not 16-year-old members of Hamas. You're talking 4- and 5-year-olds screaming for their mothers while they're buried underneath the rubble, screaming for help from their mommy. And you know what, Pierce? No help is coming because there's no bulldozers in Gaza. Nobody's coming to get those kids out. This is the reality of war. And this is what this is the main point that I was trying to make to Douglas Murray, which he kept running away from. If you're going to say that our goal here is to degrade Hamas, Murray conceded you probably can't eliminate them, but he feels like you can degrade them. If you're going to degrade Hamas and the cost of it is those little children dying under rubble, screaming for their mother as their bones are crushed and no one's coming to help them, then fine. But at least say that you find that price acceptable. And then we could have a real conversation about why people are going to view you as a monster and why the other side will never stop fighting and will always be against you. Because I could tell you for sure, if that was my kids, and I know, Pierce, if those were your kids as well, you wouldn't want to hear anything about how, well, we've codified in international law that this is the norm of the way wars are allowed to be fought versus not allowed to be fought. I'm making a very human point that this is the reality of war. And you can say under international humanitarian law, it's not considered intentional. We would consider this an intentional act in any other area. That's the point. It's a very basic human point that if anyone were to do this domestically and then tried to use the defense of like, no, but I dropped, I didn't really want to kill them. I just wanted to kill them. We go, I don't care. You blew up a building knowing there were kids in there. That's the essence of this whole thing. And there's no amount, there's no amount of expertise that can really get you away from this basic fundamental moral logic.
Dave, let me ask you a difficult. Hang on, John. I will come to you. I just wanted to ask you, let's go back to the end of World War II and the dropping of 2 atomic bombs in Japan, which obviously caused huge loss of life. And I imagine by your criteria, that was a deliberate targeting of civilians. The argument in favor of doing it was that it brought an end to World War II and potentially saved millions more lives from being taken. In other words, there's your moral argument right there, is that you do this to stop this. You take this number of lives to stop many more lives being killed. I mean, when you look at that, for example, what's your view of that moral debate?
So, okay, well, first of all, just on the specifics, and we have talked about this before, but I tend to agree with five-star General Dwight D. Eisenhower that it was unnecessary and wrong for us to drop the nuclear weapons. But regardless of that, even if five-star General Eisenhower is wrong about that, and the other generals who supported it.
Oh my God! You see what I'm talking about? This is what I'm talking about, bro. Like you just cannot take this man seriously. Like anybody that actually sits there and pays attention to history, like I promise you, this is always the case right here. It's always this right here. Okay, you only need to ask yourself if it was so wrong or egregious for them to do a set action, then just ask yourself, why did they decide to do it? It couldn't have been something blatantly obvious. Maybe it had to have been some kind of just like obscure, like, you know, wishy-washy reason as to like why they thought it was necessary. It couldn't be anything like super obvious, right? Now this thing about like not dropping nuclear bombs, like this is, if you know the history on World War II, you know that as they were making their approach to Japan, going island to island, they were fighting to the death. They were fighting to the death. It did not matter. There was no such thing as a white flag to the Japanese, period. There was no, like, you were trained to kill yourself before you would choose to surrender. That's how they took it, okay? When they were jumping island to island, they were fighting. They were fighting. There was no show them that any overwhelming strength, no negotiations, nothing, period. It was either fight or die, or fight or kill us. That was how the Japanese military was engaged in World War II. Okay. As a matter of fact, didn't we see that? Wasn't one of the reports when the North Koreans was fighting with Russia into Ukraine, and when they captured, like the Ukrainians sat there and said that they could not capture a single North Korean. A North Korean, the North Koreans were fighting like you would in those movies where like they are fighting to the death. Like there is no I'm badly injured, I'm badly hurt. I am, for as long as there is a blood pulsing in my body, I am going to use every fiber of my being to try to kill you until I am dead. Okay, that is how the Japanese were fighting. So at some point, you have to sit there and ask yourself, if we were not to, like, once we made it to the mainland, because this is what happened. Once they started getting to the mainland, right, they had they sat there, and I remember explicitly reading, like, they had a choice. They could sit there and either you know, do a crazy costly like land invasion where you know that shit was going to get bloody, or you can drop the nuclear bomb and hope to God, and even then it wasn't no guarantee, and hope to God that they'll sit there and be like, all right, we will surrender. As a matter of fact, if I recall correctly, I think after the first, it was a couple of days. It was like there was some gap between the first and the second one, and it took the second one before they was like, okay, we'll surrender. The first one wasn't even enough. The first ever nuclear bomb of mass destruction wasn't even enough. It took two to get them to stop fighting. Like that's like I'm sorry. So this is why I'm telling you, I can't take this man. I can't take him seriously. Like you could just pull it out. You could sit there and just read about the history, read about the decision making of the military, like the people that actually lived through it, that wrote about it, that talked about it. Right? If you sit there and it kills me so much that you gotta find like one person. They always gotta find like some one fringe quote example to try and like push a thing that you can't find supported anywhere else. You cannot find it supported anywhere else. I assure you, the nuclear bombs are necessary because the Japanese were not playing. They were not playing. Is my hair dry yet? Okay, it is. I can finally put this on my head now. They were not playing. It's like it's so oh God, it's just so like just so just stupid. It really is. It really is. It's so damn stupid. Okay, I need sand here. All right.
We're right. this is exactly the point, Pierce, is that when you start to think about war for what it actually is, what the overwhelming onus becomes clear. And the onus is on you to demonstrate that we absolutely have to do this. That the standard for war, when you're talking about intentionally killing innocent civilians, the standard ought to be, the burden should always be on you to demonstrate that we absolutely have to do this. I know this is horrible. I know what the result of this is, but that we have to do this because so much more human suffering would come from us not doing this. And this is, to me, the essence of the point of why I talk about war in this way, is that because if you don't think about it this way, it ends up being very easy to find other justifications, justifications like Hamas must go. Hamas must go. It's like, whoa, hold on, wait a second. I kind of think Hamas must go. I kind of think the Likud party must go. I definitely think Kim Jong-un must go. I kind of think Vladimir Putin must go. But that's not the standard for whether or not we're justified to just start slaughtering innocent people in the hope of achieving that end. What the standard ought to be is simply, do you absolutely have to do this, or there will be more human suffering? That should be the standard. And in the case of Israel-Gaza, I think that entirely changes the scope of things. Because look, as all of us know, right? Gaza was, before October 7th, the most surveilled area in the world. Israel is the fortress of the world. It was a monumental failure of both policy and security for October 7th to have happened in the first place. And it's just not the case that there's going to be October 7th after October 7th if Israel just stops now and leaves Gaza in the rubble mess that it is. And so that's exactly, like, I'm not I get your point, Pierce, because you're almost going, wait, but if we follow this logic, then when could we ever fight a war? And essentially my point is that, yeah, the onus should be on anybody who wants to fight a war, ever. The onus should be on them to demonstrate that it is absolutely necessary and that there's nothing else we could do in this situation.
Okay, John, your response.
Pierce, two UFC fighters enter a ring, and one punches the other in the nose, and Dave says, how dare he punches him in the nose in this fight? That's the analogy. He's not making an appeal to facts, how the law of war works, how war works, whether it's the theory underneath the war or the actual framework to understand it. He doesn't like theory, like just war theory, things like that, but the framework that is there. Now, he just said that one side has to show that there's a military necessity, he doesn't know these words, but that's what he's talking about, to actually enter the war. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th.
I've never heard military necessity before. You blew my mind with your expertise.
Right, I know. It's like you need, I'll give you war 101 offline. That's fine. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th. Israel invoked Article 51, a self-defense war in accordance with the United Nations, again, more frameworks that people need to know, and said Hamas will be destroyed, removed from political power, and the hostages returned. Now, David said that's not necessary, and that all Israel needs to do is put more men on the wall. That's what Dave said his solution, because he also doesn't study military theory on how do you win a war. He intermixes counterinsurgency theory with a war against removing a regime from power, defeating their military.
That's not
what Dave isn't making factual. You said that was exact words on Lex Freeman. No. He's not making an appeal to facts. I'm debating. He's making an appeal to emotion and morals, not what the law.
Morals. I'm making an appeal to logic and morals.
Hamas started a war on October 7th. Hamas is going to lose a war, and it's going to never be in power again. It's never. And Hamas is the one that says they want to do October 7th. But Dave said, just put the wall up. They won't be able to do it on October 7th ever again, right? You have this blockade, although there was 100 tunnels going from Egypt to Gaza to build this military that Hamas built. And he'll say that Netanyahu sent him money. He's not making an appeal to facts. This is what we have a problem with Dave Smith. He makes an appeal to emotion and does historical revisionism. And he tells these narratives that aren't true.
Pierce,
so his
can I just tell you, Pierce?
Fails. He's anti-war.
What's so funny about this, Pierce? Okay, what's so funny about this, Pierce, is that after all of this, once again, all of this, I'm an expert, you don't know this, I'm an expert, you haven't studied military 101, then after all of that, the substance of what we're left with is, right, okay, got it. After all of that, the substance that we're left with is Hamas started the war on October 7th. Yes, the most basic point that every pro-Israel person has made on this show forever. That's what you've got here. Okay.
I got a fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Israel could achieve that goal.
By the way, you also don't even know what an appeal. It's not an appeal to emotion, by the way. That's not what it is. Although you do seem to be flirting with an appeal to authority. No, it's an appeal to morality. For me to describe the actual human impact of what this policy is resulting in is not an appeal to emotion. I mean, like, it's an appeal to morality and it's an appeal to logic. An appeal to logic. Look, you can't answer me this very simple question. Okay, here's the very simple question. Okay, which you'd have to admit. Look, let's take the worst example. Just not your example where there's a Hamas rocket firing at Israel.
Give me Gaza. Don't give me a hypothetical and the morals of the law.
I was about to. If you interrupted me, I was on my way to. Let's say Israel targets an area where there are 2 combatants and 2 civilians. It's your 1-to-1 ratio, okay? And they decide that's acceptable by the international laws of war, whatever. By the way, in your appeal to the international laws, you didn't mention the ICC warrant for Netanyahu, which they don't seem to be respecting that much. But anyway, but we're still, you can still appeal to this framework, even though they never have to live up to it. But let's just say, okay, the exact same action happened domestically. If someone were to do that, you would call it intentional murder, right? How does the concept of intentionality change? Because a politician uttered the word war, they declared it, and it's taking place without appealing to authority or appealing to law or appealing to what war normally is. Can you as a human being explain to me how the concept of intentional changes magically because a politician uttered the phrase war?
Well, the thing about the politician, it's the framework. So yes, I can give you, and this is literally you're explaining in the question how you don't know how the framework of a war works. And the entire
Stop telling me I don't know. Stop telling me I don't know and demonstrate it.
I didn't say you don't know. your question. I'll teach you something. Your domestic law has a complete societal agreement on what those laws will be adjudicated and how they'll be determined.
No, it doesn't.
How a criminal deterrence, absolutely, American law.
Lots of people don't agree to the law.
If you kill somebody, then you'll be convicted of a crime based on a jury and a judge, all this. Then you want to apply that on war, but then disregard with the laws of war, the things that all nations have agreed to on. This is how we account for intentionality.
You can't do it without making an appeal to the law. You can't do it. You can't explain it to me logically.
The body of laws have accounted for how do you get over that intentionality thing.
Combatants and 2 civilians. It's your.
Did I miss something?
He's anti-war.
What's so funny about this, Pierce? Okay, what's so funny about this, Pierce, is that after all of this, once again, all of this, I'm an expert, you don't know this, I'm an expert, you haven't studied military 101, then after all of that, the substance of what we're left with is, right, okay. After all of that, the substance that we're left with is, Hamas started the war on October 7th. Yes, the most basic point that every pro-Israel person has made on this show forever. That's what you've got here. Okay.
I got a fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Israel could achieve that goal.
By the way, you also don't even know what an appeal. It's not an appeal to emotion, by the way. That's not what it is. Although you do seem to be flirting with an appeal to authority. No, it's an appeal to morality. For me to describe the actual human impact of what this policy is resulting in is not an appeal to emotion.
See, that's the problem. But that's the problem, right? Laws are made based off of morality. Laws are made both based off of morality. What it sounds like to me is that his morality is just skewed then. Because if somebody can just have just unfathered capacity to just be able to attack you and not be able to be held account so long as they hide behind women and children or civilian infrastructure, I'm sorry. That's just not the case. Laws are made based off of morality. We create laws based off of what society has agreed, morality from a moral perspective, what you should be able to or should not be able to do. Right? When he was saying about when you kill somebody, you go through the whole court process, judge, jury, and everything, right? Because you can't kill somebody, right? We have morally decided that you cannot kill somebody, and then there's laws where that is authorized in things like self-defense, because we have determined that morally, right, if your life is in danger, right, for no justifiable reason, and you kill the person that is endangering your life, right, that you should not be held to account for that, or you shouldn't be punished for that. Right? Because that is a moral belief that society has decided, has agreed on, and sat there and put that in the law. It's the same thing with the law of war, right? All these nations, based off their moral principles, based off agreed collective moral understanding, have drafted these laws to say this is how war is to be conducted in the most acceptable way possible to reduce civilian death. Right? And if one party doesn't want to adhere themselves to it, I'm sorry. That does not change. That doesn't change that what the other person does in the necessity of carrying out war, so long as they're not under obvious egregious means violating said rules, are able to actually I'm thirsty. Are able to actually do. Like I said, if there is a sniper shooting out of you in a hospital, right? I'm sorry, the hospital is going to go. The hospital has to go. You could sit there, you can give it time for any civilians to get out the way, but if they're holding the civilians in there, then it's up to you. You are under no obligation. You are under no obligation to sit there and try to save try to save every single civilian life inside combatant territory. You're just not. Now, if you sat there, you was in a situation where it's like you knew 100% that there was a building where there was 100 people in there, 99 of them were civilian. There was one enemy combatant, and you somehow, right? And remember, we're talking about war. You don't ever have this information, but you just knew. You knew that there was one in there, then you could, so you could sit there and make the argument that they could sit there and they could just try their best to barge into the building, and some of those civilians will die, right? Somebody pop up the wrong way, they getting shot. They will get shot, right? But at least then it's like, okay, you could kind of make the attempt. But again, right, they're under no obligation for that. They're under no obligation for that, because at the end of the day, it's the enemy combatant that's doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's the enemy combatant that's doing that. So if you're sitting there and they end up as okay, we'll go ahead, we'll send a tank in there, and instead of collapsing the entire building, just once we identify where exactly he's shooting at, we're sending a tank missile in there. We're gonna, you get a tank shell. A tank shell is gonna go right there in that window. Obviously, some civilians are gonna die. Not all of them, but obviously some of them going to die. And that's probably like the best way you could sit there and handle that situation where you're attacking the combatant and trying to save as much lives as possible. But remember, this is based off of information that you don't typically have in war, right? You getting shot at. You don't know how many people is in there. For all you know, there could be just one person set up to shoot in there, and then there's multiple people inside waiting for somebody to attempt to make it in, and then you get blasted, right? There's all these different things. It's like, why am I going to risk my people's lives for that just because the enemy has decided to like use a hospital? Right, for the operations. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. Like he's sitting there, he's making it seem like his morality is the only thing that matters, that counts. Right, all these nations came up with a set of laws based off of what was agreed to be morally justifiable. And I'm sorry, and so far, for the most part, not everything, but for the most part, Israel is holding themselves to that account, as far as I can tell.
And I mean, like, it's an appeal to morality, and it's an appeal to logic. An appeal to logic. Look, you can't. Question. Okay, here's the very simple question. Okay, you'd have to admit. Look, let's take the worst example. Just not your example where there's a Hamas rocket firing at Israel.
Give me Gaza. Don't give me a hypothetical and the morals of the law. Give me an actual.
I was on my way to. Let's say Israel targets an area where there are 2 combatants and 2 civilians. It's your 1-to-1 ratio, okay? And they decide that's acceptable by the international laws of war, whatever. By the way, in your appeal to the international laws, we didn't mention the ICC warrant for Netanyahu, which they don't seem to be respecting that much. But anyway, but you can still appeal to this framework, even though they never have to live up to it. But let's just say, okay, the exact same action happened domestically. If someone were to do that, you would call it intentional murder, right? How does the concept of intentionality change because a politician uttered the word war, they declared it, and it's taking place in a foreign country? Without appealing to authority or appealing to law or appealing to what war normally is, can you as a human being explain to me how the concept of intentional changes magically because a politician uttered the phrase war?
Well, the thing about the politician, it's the framework. So yes, I can give you, and this is literally you're explaining in the question how you don't know how the framework of a war works. And
so teach me. Stop telling me I don't know. Stop telling me I don't know and demonstrate it.
I didn't say you don't know. Your question, I'll teach you something. Your domestic law has a complete societal agreement on what those laws will be adjudicated and how they'll be determined.
No, it doesn't.
How a criminal deterrence, absolutely, American law.
Lots of people don't agree to the law.
If you kill somebody, then you'll be convicted of a crime based on a jury and a judge, all this. Then you want to apply that on war, but then disregard what the laws of war, the things that all nations have agreed to on. This is how we account for intentionality.
You can't do it without making an appeal to the law. You can't do it. You can't explain it to me logically.
The body of laws have accounted for how do you get over that intentionality thing. If you use the same thing, which is when somebody says there's a war crime, or when you say Israel has intentionally targeted a civilian because, look, there's if you have to go to the statistical thing, we have issues unless you're doing comparative analysis. But if there's one combatant and one civilian, you don't know that, okay, what is that combatant? Is he a commander? Is he the commander? Is he a regular soldier? That accounts for what is the excessive collateral damage, and that's where intentionality gets into it. But, oh, by the way, what have you done to prevent it? In the domestic situation, you'd send the police to go get that criminal and then try them. In war, if you're a member of the other military, in which I'm at war against, I don't have to have an excuse. I can kill you on sight.
Yeah, no,
okay,
I know.
very quickly,
Again,
before I let you, hang on,
logistical differences.
Hang on, David. Hang on, Dave. Dave's going to stay with me when Eric wants. Hang on, guys. Hang on, John. We're going to let you go, John. Before we let you go, I want to ask you just one thing that also came out of the debate with Douglas and Dave, which was this issue of whether people who have what most people believe to be bad faith, deliberate conspiracy theory nonsense views. For example, Daryl Cooper saying Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War, whether people like Daryl Cooper should be platformed on gigantic podcasts like Joe Rogan or not, particularly if they're not going to be really vigorously challenged on what is something that to me is such an obviously untrue and offensive premise. What's your quick view of that?
I think that we should not platform historical revisionists who go back in time and find a fact and then tell it in a certain way to spin the narrative of what we should know about events. If you want to look at Daryl Cooper, look at the list of deleted tweets from Daryl Cooper. I'm against intellectually. Again, no expertise involved. Anybody can research whatever they want. If they come out with a new finding, that's great. Using evidence, using data, using a research methodology. But no, you don't get to be a historical revisionist like Dave.
Actually, I do.
Okay, John Spencer, thank you very much indeed. Well, Dave, I'm going to let you respond, but with Eric. So I'm going to say goodbye to John. John, thank you. It was a riveting debate between you two. I really appreciate it. We're joining now with some final thoughts on the debate. A man who can claim to be friends with Joe Rogan, with Dave Smith, and with Douglas Murray. And I would like to think now with me, Harvard mathematician, founder of the intellectual dark web, Dr. Eric Weinstein, has just returned from his own research trip to Israel. And Dave is staying with us. So, Eric, great to see you. Just on that point, Eric, about platforming people. It seems to me Daryl Cooper is one of those characters out there at the moment who are promoting something they know to be untrue. It's a bit like Alex Jones when he went after the Sandy Hook families and said it was all a hoax. They're promoting something that is deliberately untrue but can be commercially very lucrative to them. Should those people who are making good money from perpetrating, in my estimation, obvious lies, should they be given platforms?
That loves the question. Everybody's doing something different online. I mean, somebody could say you're making good money from holding conflicts and shouting matches that play into the inguinal desire for combat. And in a certain sense, we're all making money doing something, hopefully. The problem is, what is anyone's intention? And one of the problems of knowing Daryl Cooper is that the shitposting Daryl Cooper and the thoughtful Daryl Cooper are not always the same person, easily reconciled. Many people talk about having sort of, this is the way I am online, this is the way I am in a different place. And the odd thing about that is that this mirrors a tradition in academics that is not much discussed, which is the esoteric-exoteric tradition, in which typically a scholar behaves one way in the seminar room and another way when his or her words might influence policy. And so even if you're in the heterodox movement, I'm sure that Donald Trump is keeping his own counsel about what he intends to do with tariffs. He's doing an esoteric-exoteric routine. And so in part, the problem is that we haven't reconciled ourselves to the idea that we speak one way in front of the world, another way behind closed doors, and that this is actually natural and normal. And as a result, what we're doing is we're hauling out different people. We see that Fauci and Collins are, behaving one way behind the scenes, a different way in Congress. Daryl is the same way. I no doubt have my own version of esoteric-exoteric, and we're just not comfortable with it. And so in a certain sense, we're all waking up on the same day to the reality that this is a natural, normal part of scholarship, governance, civics, and personal life.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, it's an interesting one because I had Dan Balzerian on, who was spewing repulsive anti-Semitic crap to me for about half an hour before I finally ended it. But he has a big following and had been sort of going slightly down that road, and I felt it was right to challenge him. And then there was a big debate afterwards about whether I should give him the oxygen of being able to repeat this stuff on a big platform like Uncensored. I would say it was slightly different to what I think, because I think he may genuinely believe what he was saying, and it may be that Daryl Cooper does too. I don't know him. In Alex Jones's case, I mean, Elon Musk cancelled an interview with me because he saw a clip of me criticizing him for reversing his decision about whether allowing Alex Jones onto X, for example. His original position was he shouldn't be on X because he was dancing on the graves of children deliberately, and was deliberately lying to make hundreds of millions of dollars out of making the grief of those poor families immeasurably worse. And I felt it was wrong to give someone like that a platform again on X. Now, it's an arguable point, but I guess my question for you would be, you're a libertarian. You clearly think Daryl Cooper should be platformed. I heard that strongly when you were talking to Douglas. But is there anyone who shouldn't be platformed? I mean, where is that line for a libertarian?
Well, I mean, the libertarian position would be that it's up to the people who own the platforms to decide who they want to platform and don't. And our only red line would be that the government should never be in the business of deciding any of this. Can I say, though, yes, I love Daryl Cooper. He's a friend of mine, and I think his work is phenomenal. I am really beginning to resent the fact that every show I go on, I get asked about Daryl Cooper, who somehow, I'm working as hard as I can to generate outrage and controversy. I've been on Rogan like 15 times more than him, and still when I'm on, all anyone wants to talk about is Daryl Cooper. And look, I think this in and of itself just says something that's so fascinating. I mean, the guy had one almost throwaway line on the Tucker Carlson show, where, by the way, he caveated it in the beginning and the end. Said, I just say this to get a rise out of my buddy. I'm kind of ribbing him. Also, I'm being hyperbolic. And when I say Churchill's the villain, I don't mean that he committed the most atrocities or was the worst person. And it's like, my God, this sentence, the reaction alone to it almost proves the point, which ultimately is what Daryl Cooper was making, which is that World War II has become essentially our religion. It is down to the fact that if somebody were to say they're a devil worshiper, you wouldn't even bring them on your show, Pierce, because it's not that interesting. No one's even going to want to watch that. It's not.
No, but I think, but hang on, Dave.
But if you're, Dave,
I would say,
if you're a Nazi,
I'm on your defense. I'm on your defense, but let's be clear. If someone is going to say that Churchill's the chief villain of World War II, they deserve all that's coming their way, because Churchill tried to defend the world
really say that.
from a genocidal maniac called Adolf Hitler. I don't think there's any debate to be had. When you do that, you are deliberately putting yourself in the fire.
Fair enough. And maybe he could have been more precise in that comment. But to your larger question, there's look, I mean, all of this stuff is somewhat debatable and somewhat arbitrary. I tend to err on the side of, I think you were right to have Dan on your show, and I think that it's like, look, this is, if you think this stuff is bubbling up on the internet and it's very concerning to you, okay, well, look, we had a massive experiment between 2016 and then really culminating in 2020, and then kind of died down after Elon Musk bought Twitter. We had a massive experiment in internet censorship and deplatforming. Where did that get us? I mean, I think it's much healthier to air these grievances out and give pushback where warranted. And I think I tend to lean in that direction. But I will have the humility to admit, I don't know. Maybe that's not the best way to go. I tend to be on the side of a free exchange of ideas.
Eric.
So the concern that I have is there's no real solution if we try to solve this problem in terms of platforming, free speech, who's an expert, who isn't, what's the credential. We're not even being genuine, in my opinion, about what it is that we're talking about. Let's give a simple example. I can essentially guarantee you that 6 million people on the nose of Jewish faith were not killed during the Holocaust. I don't know what the number was, but the odds that it would have all of those round zeros and come in exactly where it does is negligible.
Oh my God.
Every time I hear somebody make that point, I worry, right? Because the idea is it's like somebody picking at the asbestos who isn't looking like a registered asbestos removal company. There's a way in which World War II settled in a particular way, which is, thank God we didn't appease infinitely. We had an absolute monster on our hands. There were extermination camps. Genocide matters as a word. We sat with Stalin despite our obvious differences, because sometimes you have to do. There's a certain sort of story about it. It's kind of directionally true if imperfect, because it's too clean, it's too clear, et cetera, et cetera. What you see now is this mania for, hey, I found out all of these interesting facts. Did you know about the Rosenstrasse protest? What was that? Where women married to half Jewish men got their men back by protesting in Rosenstrasse, showing that the Nazis could be made to relent. No, I didn't know that. So now you're in a situation in which each kind of fact, whether it's the McCullum memo or the Rosenstrasse protest, is an opportunity to pick at the asbestos. And partially, it's not really a religion. And I talked to Dave about this morning privately. There's a French philosopher, I think his name is Renan, whose great quote is, "A nation is a group of people who have agreed to forget something in common." Unfortunately, we have a very simplistic notion at the moment that because we've been lied to by these elites, and boy, is that clear over the last several years, we are now deciding that we're going to pick at everything that might be a fiction, everything that might not be exactly true. And by the way, we have a new problem with X, which was formerly Twitter, which is that you cannot walk a foot in it without, being covered in anti-Semitic leeches if your last name sounds like mine. And Dave, I've understood the same thing has been happening to you. We are not finding the formula for a good life. It's not coming about by censorship. It's not coming about by false expertise, and it's not coming about by an anonymous free-for-all where everybody is, sharing everything at an equal level, and we have no ability to discern what's going on. And it's not being settled through debate or combat, David. I agree with you on that.
And Eric, what did you make of the debate with Dave and Douglas?
I don't think it was a debate. I don't think that's what happened. My guess, and again, I haven't talked to Joe about this, and if I had talked to Joe about it, I couldn't say because I don't transmit private conversations. But if I had to make a guess, Douglas was trying to do something normal, which is that as an author, he was calling on a friend to say, hey, I have a new book and I'd like to be talking about it to generate some interest. And my guess is that because the book involved Israel and because Joe was open at the beginning of this program and saying that he found barbarism in Israel's actions, my guess is that Joe was probably very comfortable with Douglas and very uncomfortable with the book. And my belief is that he called in Dave because Dave, whether he's an expert or not, I will say he has a tremendous number of facts that go against the Israeli narrative, and that whether or not he's considered to be, a self-credentialed scholar, I haven't really looked at Dave's work enough to know. I would say that what Joe was doing was to say, I want to make sure that Douglas is balanced because I, Joe, believe that barbarism is being defended, and I'm not comfortable with that. But because we don't have the backstory to it, we don't really realize what happened in the first opening moments of the exchange, which was very, very strange.
And you've just come back from Israel, Eric. I mean, where do you think we are with this war? And in terms of the moral debate that I had between Dave and John Spencer earlier about whether civilians are being deliberately targeted, what do you feel about that part of the debate about the war?
First of all, war is war. And whatever Israel, that is the government's intention, I can assure you that when you put that many kids with guns into their first shooting war, bad stuff is going to happen at some level. We always talk about, what is the normal amount of friendly fire accidents? Nobody wants it. Is there any civilian that's being targeted? I have no doubt that in every war, somebody with a gun does the wrong thing or who targets improperly because they're pissed off. I don't know. That's not my issue. What I can tell you is the war is completely not portrayed accurately. And I just went back to a clip that I recorded with Konstantin Kisin on October 14th. So 7 days after and before Israel went into Gaza. And what I said was, this is Munchausen by proxy. Sinwar is the mother. He's desperately trying to get his women and children killed. This is not human shields, by the way. This is an innovation that I would call not human shields, but subterranean crosshair strategy, where you put your military tunnels underneath mosques, orphanages, schools, etc. Because the key in hybrid warfare is video. And video is much more powerful than the kinetic war. So Israel's winning the kinetic war, losing the hybrid war. Sinwar is still controlling it from his grave. And the only tell of this is that you still hold hostages in Gaza, Hamas does, and you're getting people to give a victory chant from the river to the sea, celebrating a genocide that has yet to happen. The whole purpose is to keep the world supplied with video because none of us have the stomach, I could hear that Dave doesn't, I don't either, for watching war video. Because in part, Western Europe and North America has been at peace since 1945. We've lost the ability to watch war.
And Dave, I mean, it's interesting though, because I was talking to my kids about this, they're from 31 to 13, but when I was young, you couldn't follow war in the way that you can now through a phone, with seeing every single thing that's happening in gruesome, uncensored detail beamed straight to your face. When I was in my teens, the Falklands War happened, for example, when the UK went to war with Argentina over this small island, the Falkland Islands. And my memory was a very sanitized coverage. I mean, you saw, quite long distance footage of bombs going off and stuff. What you didn't see was what I see on my phone all day long, which is people's heads being blown off and horrific, terrible imagery, which I think is partly responsible for why so many young people are getting their brains fried by their phones, by the way, this constant horrific dopamine that's coming their way. But also, it was very sanitized, the coverage that you could see from newspapers, from the very few television news programs and so on. We were really protected from the harsh reality of war in a way that is not applicable right now. We see it all. And I think that Israel can have all the arguments that it wants, and I have a lot of sympathy with many of them. But what they've lost, without any doubt to me at all, is they've lost the PR war through video coverage from the battlefield. You know, that's what's horrified people the most.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's exactly right, Pierce. And I mean, I have I have a fairly early memory of George H.W. Bush announcing the invasion of Ukraine in the Persian Gulf War when I was like a little kid, like 7 or 8 or something like that. But even when George W. Bush invaded Iraq, the images that we would see would be like these aerial views of a projectile going in and kind of an explosion in the distance. And okay, that's a lot easier to root for than seeing the image of a baby with his arm blown off on the street. Which, I mean, my God, all day long on Twitter I see that, and I do, you know, I agree with Eric. I do see a lot of like Jew hatred on Twitter. It's just hard for me to make that kind of at the top of my hierarchy of outrages when I'm also watching babies being blown apart every day on my Twitter. And I agree with your assessment, Pierce. I don't think it's very, very good for the soul. But you know, what's interesting as you say this is that I really think it gets to the point that I was trying to make in the first half of this program, which is that what's happening here is that people are being brought closer and closer to the reality of war. And you know, I do feel like for the first half of this show, it's almost like I was debating like an Aztec high priest about child sacrifice, and I'm sitting here and saying, hey, this is murdering a child, and he's sitting and saying, you don't even understand the doctrine. You don't even understand what it is that we're doing here. And it's like, no, look, the reality is, in effect, this is what's happening. And I think Eric's right also. We're just...
Oh my God. So what about the children? So what about the children on October 7th? See, this is the problem, right? I understand it now that he most certainly just thinks that he just has the absolute higher moral ground. That under no circumstances, right, do we ever give the side that's attacked any leeway in making sure that the attack that they suffered just cannot happen again, and they deal with the root cause of why they've been constantly attacked, targeted, and always have missiles like lobbed at them like over decades of just being in existence, right? I'm sorry, like at some point you just have to at some point you just gotta give it up. You just gotta give it up. Like you just can't, this cannot be the actual position that you actually like truly believe. I just don't know. I don't know. It just cannot be. Like, so what is his solution? I'm curious, what is his actual solution? So that what? So like Israel should now just stop and just like give them a chance? Or is he just say that, oh, now Israel should leave and not monitor anymore, so no more blockades or anything, and now just let them live their lives, and you'll see that they'll never attack you again. Okay. You see, that's that. And I feel like that's probably exactly what he would sit there and suggest.
Part of this has to do with the fact that we're wealthier than previous generations. We have a different understanding of morality, but it is just not the case. Also, I think it's part of the fact that in the West we have less children, and we have less children, and we value the lives of our children that we have more. All of these things play a role. But again, the essential point, which I've said several times on the show to you, Pierce, here is right, is that this is the whole game. Asymmetrical warfare. The action is always in the reaction, right? You could watch Osama bin Laden's son had a great article. If you want to Google it, it's Osama bin Laden dead and loving it. And he wrote it like 2 years after Osama bin Laden died. And he was just talking about how like this is in my father's wildest dreams. He couldn't have imagined you would invade Afghanistan and invade Iraq and overthrow Gaddafi and take all of these other steps. The whole point of 9/11 wasn't to destroy America by bringing down our towers. It was to lure us into a war where he could bankrupt the United States of America, just as our CIA had trained him to do with the Soviets. And so the whole game here from Hamas was to get Israel to do exactly what Israel's doing now and turn the entire world against them. And from
what? Did I just hear that right? Osama bin Laden son. First off, that's already kind of crazy. Okay. Osama bin Laden's son wrote an article. I just need to make sure. Let me see. Osama bin Laden's son wrote an article that Osama bin Laden's goal was not whatever the excuses for that we know to be his reason for attacking the U.S. It was explicitly to make the country invade all these other countries so that the United States of America could go broke. And then for what? You know what? Fine. You have me intrigued, right? Because not only does it smell like just like a whole bunch of like just like not only does that just sound crazy, but like obviously Is it are you actually trying to I guess you are. Oh, is it just because I held you right here on the side here? So if I grab you like right here, okay. Huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. You grab it on the left corner and it'll always be in like a snap mode. I did not notice. Osama bin Laden. I don't know how you spell it. Osama bin Laden son article. Article. Come on. Osama bin Laden's son article. Written article. Written article. Father's tent. Dun, 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 dun. Topography. I'm trying to find on written. Okay, let me try to see if I could just play that back a little bit. Maybe I get enough keywords on
Of a baby with his arm blown off on the street, which, I mean, my God, all day long on Twitter I see that. And I do, I agree with Eric. I do see a lot of like Jew hatred on Twitter. It's just hard for me to make that kind of at the top of my hierarchy of outrages when I'm also watching babies being blown apart every day on my Twitter. And I agree with your assessment, Pierce. I don't think it's very, very good for the soul. But what's interesting as you say this is that I really think it gets to the point that I was trying to make in the first half of this program, which is that what's happening here is that people are being brought closer and closer to the reality of war. And, I do feel like for the first half of this show, it's almost like I was debating like an Aztec high priest about child sacrifice. And I'm sitting here and saying, hey, this is murdering a child. And he's sitting and saying, you don't even understand the doctrine. You don't even understand what it is that we're doing here. And it's like, no, look, the reality is, in effect, this is what's happening. And I think Eric's right also. Part of this has to do with the fact that we're wealthier than previous generations. We have a different understanding of morality, but it is just not the case. Also, I think it's part of the fact that in the West, we have less children. And we have less children and we value the lives of our children that we have more. All of these things play a role. But again, the essential point, which I've said several times on the show to you, Pierce, here is that this is the whole game. Asymmetrical warfare. The action is always in the reaction, right? You could watch Osama bin Laden's son had a great article. If you want to Google it, it's Osama bin Laden, Dead and Loving It. And he wrote it like two.
Okay. Well, that wasn't it. Okay. Osama bin Laden, Dead, and no, I had caps. Dead and Loving It.
Years after Osama bin Laden died, and he was just talking about how like this is in my father's wildest dreams. He couldn't have imagined you would invade Afghanistan and invade Iraq and overthrow Gaddafi and take all of these other steps. The whole point.
Hopefully, can I get chat? Do I even have chat GPT called on here? Chatter. Hopefully, yes, Google search. So Google search like just fails me sometimes. What do I want to say? How would I even say it? Let me see. Can you tell me if you know of an article, or writing by one of Osama bin Laden's son that a title has the title of something like Osama bin Laden, dead and loving it, or any written work by any of them. I didn't know he had that many sons. Like, goddamn, this man had like a ton of sons. If you're searching the web, I don't know. I am not aware of any article written by Osama bin Laden titled Osama bin Laden dead and loving it. However, there is a satirical article in a similar time, Bin Laden dead and loving it, authored by Jeff Hubert and published on antiwar.com. This piece humorously critiques the recurring reports about Osama bin Laden's death prior to confirmation of his demise. Regarding the writer's son, co-authored a memoir with his mother, and titled "Growing Up Bin Laden." Osama's wife and son takes us inside their secret world. Okay, another son, husband bin Laden, was known for releasing audio messages and writings that support Al-Qaeda's activities in 2008. Okay, so, bro, you see, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. I swear to God, if I search this or I look this up, we're gonna stop. You know what? I'm even going to. You know something? This now has my. Let me finish up this writing, and we're gonna pull this up. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive in this shit now. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive in this. I just don't want to. The problem is that I tend to have a like if I save it while it's like pending builds, like it'll like sometimes it'll just like get rid of them, and that certainly sucks, and I don't want that. Damn, this shit needs 85. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's that. Okay. And just check and see. Okay, cool. Yeah. He'll get packed. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just go over there right now. Try to. All right, cool. Got 40 seconds. Let's finish this up. And then, like I said, we're gonna save this, and then we're gonna look it up. We're gonna look it up because this is exactly the shit I'm talking about. Because like they'll I swear to God, I feel like I already know what it's gonna be, and I'm trying to tell you guys, like, this is a key example of the shit I be talking about, which is why I do this. Okay, because like they will talk with so much confidence. They'll look you dead in your eyes and try to feed you something that they're sitting there hoping to God that you do not look up yourself, because they're using it as like a main crux to prove something. It is always this case. They all do it. Candace Owen does this. Like goddamn Tim Pool does it. Like they all do this, and this is the shit that just like pisses me off so goddamn much, bro. Like there's no need to lie. There's no need to lie or misrepresent something. It's just oh my God, Brev. Let me make sure I don't have nothing else pending to be built. And then we're gonna look it up. We are certainly gonna look it up. We're going to look it up. Yeah, see, I just have that over there. I just need to make real quick. And then we're gonna go look it up. Okay, so you're doing that. You're going to eventually flow in. Oh wait. Yeah, I did that all wrong. This okay. So what I can just easily do is, yeah, most certainly I'm an idiot. Actually, just put on That's how you. No, no. I just need that. Yeah, I just need to just. And simply. Yeah, actually, I could do it right here. Yeah. This is coming along now. Now this is coming along properly in my mind. There we go. This is how that should be. Right, so that way that goes in there. Then when it fills up, then the excess then make their way up to that. Okay, let's go do this part. Right, okay, cool. We're gonna do one more quick check. Okay, everything looks good. I just want to make sure, because like sometimes if I leave it idle for so long, it might close the game or nap, and I don't want to lose my don't want to lose my progress. I'm gonna be very upset. Okay, and I see this is because you're not getting enough coal. Let's actually fix that by making more coal. Going to, sorry guys, I have to do this, otherwise I'm gonna forget. I want to do that. I know, I'm mad that they threw in like flying enemies. That's like that really pissed me off. Actually that's all of them. I don't even need to, I don't even need to do it. Okay, yeah. So build this, handle whatever enemies are coming through, and then then we can save it, and then we can look up this article. Okay, yeah, so there we go, right? Oh. And all right, let's see. I just gotta be careful because the anti-air. Anti-air. Oh wait, I could just pause it and look at what is it. Okay, yeah, so it is just a walking enemy. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Let me move you to safety real quick, and like right here. Cool. Now let's go ahead and save and quit, and I'm gonna leave it there because we'll play, but let's see. Okay, and this is also why we sit there and why I like to use AI a decent amount of times, right? Because like if I'm having a hard time finding something, then I can hopefully get it to find something for me. So let's see. Okay, the tallest and let me give it the benefit of a doubt. This doesn't necessarily have to be the article. It doesn't have to be the article. Let's do a search. Make sure it's not satirical or something. All right. See, this is the problem. Like, I'm not gonna. I can't even get it in the Google search thing. So like, I'm gonna have to figure it out. Like, how do I do like a comprehensive search? I feel like AI would be the best one to do it, right? Because AI would have been trained on like as much like freely accessible data as possible, so it would most certainly know. ChatGPT especially. We're gonna assume this is the article. We're gonna give this the benefit. It has to be because I can't find anything else. Okay, let's see. Bin Laden, dead and loving it. The tallest Arab or Arab ever wanted, dead or alive, by a president of the United States is still at large. Either that or he's dead. Again, we've been hearing from intelligence sources in the media that bin Laden is dead for a long time. How dead can one evildoer get? In July 2002, the New York Times carried an op-ed piece that led with Osama bin Laden is dead. Bin Laden died in December 2001, according to the author Amir Tahiri, an editor of the Paris-based journal Politique. I think it's Politique. Yeah, Politique. I don't know. International. I'm sorry. I get really anal about this right here. I have to see how this word is pronounced. It's going to drive me crazy. It is going to drive me crazy. Politic pronunciation. Sorry. Oh, actually, if I just say definition, I think it doesn't have the little speaker thing. No, it doesn't. Okay. Pronouns.
Politique.
Politique. Politique. Okay. I made that a little bit more complicated than it needed to be. Okay. All right, so going back. Politique Internationale. Both Tahiri and his journal have been broadly accused of questionable journalism practices. Tahiri's sources, all unnamed except for then Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf, who repeated the information, weren't any more reliable than Tahiri is, but he ultimately based his conclusion on logic. With an ego the size of Mount Everest, Tahiri reasoned Osama bin Laden could not have remained silent for so long if he were still alive. In one of all the videos of bin Laden that have surfaced between 2001 and now, David Ray Griffin, whom the BBC identifies as a former theology professor and member of the 9/11 Truth Movement, says they're false because none of them can be proven to be authentic. There are negative proof arguments. This isn't too long, right? It's not too bad. There are negative proof arguments, the kind that say we can't prove little green men are flying over Nevada in spaceships, but we can't prove they aren't, so it must be true. Ah, yes. There's no evidence to say that it's not happening, so therefore that's just as valid as as not having evidence that would have otherwise said that it is happening. Yes, I do recognize this argument. Live or Memorex. As former CIA officer Philip Giraldi noted in December 2009, Analysis Inside and Out the government based their assessment that bin Laden has found sanctuary in the hereafter on non-evidence, specifically that they haven't had any solid information about the Al-Qaeda leader since 2001. So this does not sound like. Let me skip. Where's the part? Let me see. So hence, the Obama administration has a vital stake in preserving the belief that bin Laden is still consuming oxygen. That may explain why, in January 2010, the FBI published a digital image of how bin Laden looks today on the State Department's Rewards for Justice website. Shortly afterward, it turned out the picture was an alteration of a web photo of Spanish Parliament member, blah, blah, blah. Nice try, FBI. The most recent evidence that bin Laden still lives was the recording Al Jazeera released just before Obama's first State of the Union address, in which bin Laden taunted, "God willing, our raids on you will continue as long as your support to the Israelis will continue." But the recording was just an audio tape, so maybe the FBI hired Rich Little to do a voice impersonation. It is little wonder that the status of the man who go to history's mightiest. When was this article written? 2010. I understand now. Osama bin Laden's death, right? Because then they had the photo. Osama bin Laden death date 2011, so literally the year after. Let me listen to his thing one more time.
Think it's very, very good for the soul. But what's interesting as you say this is that I really think it gets to the point that I was trying to make in the first half of this program, which is that what's happening here is that people are being brought closer and closer to the reality of war. And I do feel like for the first half of this show, it's almost like I was debating like an Aztec high priest about child sacrifice, and I'm sitting here and saying, hey, this is murdering a child, and he's sitting and saying, you don't even understand the doctrine. You don't even understand what it is that we're doing here. And it's like, no, look, the reality is, in effect, this is what's happening. And I think Eric's right also. Part of this has to do with the fact that we're wealthier than previous generations. We have a different understanding of morality, but it is just not the case. Also, I think it's part of the fact that in the West we have less children, and we have less children, and we value the lives of our children that we have more. All of these things play a role, but again, the essential point, which I've said several times here, is right, is that this is the whole game. Asymmetrical warfare. The action is always in the reaction, right? You could watch Osama bin Laden's son had a great article. If you want to Google it, it's Osama bin Laden dead and loving it, and he wrote it like 2 years after Osama bin Laden died, and he was just talking about how like. This is in my father's wildest dreams. He couldn't have imagined you would invade Afghanistan and invade.
Is there any writings that you know of that were written after the death of Osama bin Laden? Bin Laden. Not necessarily. I'm going to remove the having to have to be from his son. Not necessarily from his son, from his sons. Can be from anybody. Can be from anybody. Are you aware of any writings that talked about how Osama bin Laden's goal was to get the United States to invade for some specific reason? Protracted conflicts. A notable example is the 2005 publication was after his death, right? He died in 2011, so it can't be this. This document outlines a multi-phase plan with the initial phase aiming to provoke the U.S. into invading a Muslim country, a large-scale attack on American soil. This is in 2005, right? Didn't they do that in 2001? Didn't they, the 9/11 was in 2001. The subsequent phases involve inciting local resistance, expanding the conflict to neighboring regions, and ultimately leading to the collapsing U.S. economy under the strain of prolonged warfare. Okay. So that sounds like what he's talking about. I just don't know. Is he blending? Is he disingenuously blending the two together, or is he just going to say, here's his out, right? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna create the out for him. He would say, right, because I can't find an article explicitly written by his son, right? He's just he's got all this stuff, right? But I really gave it a genuine effort. You know what I'm saying? Like Google's not pulling it up for me, so I don't know. He did say Google, you could Google, right? So I'm assuming it would have been easy, right? It should have been just something just come the hell up. But apparently that's not the case. So I was like, the next best thing would be AI, because AI is trained on a bunch of public data, whether they're supposed to have access to it or not. So AI would be the next best thing you could possibly search. And then you see how I sat there and I found an article. It found me something that had the same title that he stated in the video, but it's not anything to do with what he was saying it was, right? And now when I sit there and I try to broaden up a little bit, now the AI is telling me, well, there are publications from Al Qaeda, right, that sits there and talks about getting the U.S. to be invaded, to get in a prolonged war in order to essentially bankrupt them. So it sounds like to me he's sitting there and for his own nefarious purposes is blending a bunch of different things together to sit there and and actually present you to something that's not actually even correct or factually true. Because remember, he's leveraging that his son. So I need you guys to really pay attention to this, okay? Pay attention to the reasoning behind why they emphasize certain elements, all right? He was making it clear that his son wrote it in order to basically say that their father's main goal was strictly just to get the United States into a long war to get them bankrupt. Okay. Now, I don't know. I don't know why the son part was so important to him, but there was an obvious reason for it. And after a while, I have to do a better job of this. I just get lost. It's just the different webs of just bullshit that they usually just put together in order when they're making their points. Because it gets so hard to just keep with at a time if you don't just sit there and stop and just try to just look the shit up and look up the individual parts to see what the hell are they talking about. So I don't know about his son. I don't know why he was emphasizing his son. I know there was something behind why he wanted to do it, but taking that out from the side, there's some publication. And then he said after his death. I'm seeing there's writings, there's potentially writings before his death, because he died in 2011, that talked about strategy to the year 22. Yeah, there's some writings before his death that maybe that was actually his end goal and stuff. Like I can see that, but oh, now I understand why. Now I understand. I think I understand now why he's making that argument. He's trying to sit there and say that Osama bin Laden achieved this goal of cementing the United States into a forever conflict after his death, and that was the plan the entire time. I find it hard to believe that these people knew for sure. And then maybe he was invoking his son because his son, like, also inherently knew of the active work being done to keep the United States in these protracted wars to achieve the goal of bankrupting them. But like, I don't get. I'm trying. Like I said, I legit tried. I try to give it a benefit of the doubt here, but I don't understand why you would take that. Why you would assume that was exactly what was going to happen? Like, how are you saying that they were masterminds, that they knew that they could guarantee that the U.S. would stay in the Middle East? Like, that was it before, like, by the time they got bankrupt. So I guess obviously they never predicted somebody like Donald Trump, I guess, or anybody that would have been like, all right, like, we've been in here for too long, let's go ahead and pull out. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Bin Laden's intentions. Peter, in his book, Osama bin Laden, I Know, argues that bin Laden anticipated that U.S. military response to Al-Qaeda attacks would inflame anti-American sentiment in the Muslim world, thereby bolstering support for his cause. So that's a completely different thing. This 2002 letter to the American people attributed to bin Laden articulates grievances against U.S. foreign policies and justify Al-Qaeda's action as a response to American aggression in Muslim countries. These actions suggest that poking U.S. military intervention was a calculated component of Al-Qaeda's broader strategy to galvanize support and destabilize perceived adversaries. Okay. Now this is all. At least the nice thing is that this is in Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, I should have like further articles. Let me see. Is it? Can I protract it? That no. Bank. Guess not. Long. Sorry, I said long. Long. You out the way. Here we go. Strategy. In a disagreement whether Al-Qaeda's objectives are religious or political, Mark Sedgwick describes Al-Qaeda's strategy as political in the immediate term, but with ultimate aims that are religious. On March 11, blah, 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 published from this document, Al-Qaeda's strategy to the year 2020, summarizes the strategy as comprising 5 stages to it. Umar from all forms of oppression, provoke the United States and the West into invading a Muslim country by staging a mass attack or string attacks on U.S. soil that results in massive civilian casualties, incite local resistance to occupying forces, expand the conflict to neighboring countries and engage the U.S. and its allies in a long war of attrition, convert Al-Qaeda into an ideology and set of operating principles that can be loosely franchised in other countries without requiring direct command and control, and via these franchises incite attacks against the U.S. and countries allied with the U.S. until they withdraw from the conflict, as happened in 2004 Madrid train bombings, but which did not have the same effect with the July 7, 2005 London bombings. The U.S. economy will finally collapse by 2020 under the strain of multiple engagements in numerous places. This will lead to, God forbid, those COVID conspiracy people read this shit. This will lead to a collapse of the world economic system, lead to global political instability. This will lead to a global jihad led by Al-Qaeda, and a Wahhabi caliphate will then be installed across the world. Noted that while the plan is unrealistic, it is sobering to consider that this virtually describes the downfall of the Soviet Union. That is true. That is true. That is exactly how the Soviet Union fell. The only thing is, I guess they didn't consider is that the Soviet Union, well, I mean, they weren't the world's global currency, so they couldn't just print out more money. According to Farhan Hussein, a journalist who spent his time in prison, Al-Qaeda's strategy consists of 7 phases and is similar to the plan in Al-Qaeda's strategy to the year 2020. These phases include the awakening, was supposed to last until 2003. The goal of the phase was to provoke the United States to attack a Muslim country by executing an attack that kills many civilians on the U.S. soil. Opening eyes. This phase was supposed to last from 03 to 06. The goal of this phase was to recruit young men to the cause and to transform the Al-Qaeda group into a movement. Iraq was supposed to become the center of all operations with financial military support for bases in other states. Arising and Standing Up was supposed to be from 07 to 2010. And this phase, Al-Qaeda wanted to execute additional attacks and focus their attention on Syria. Hussein believed other countries in the peninsula was also in danger. Al-Qaeda expected a steady growth among their ranks and territories due to the decline in power of the regimes in the Arabian Peninsula. The main focus of attack in this phase was supposed to be on oil suppliers and cyber terrorism, targeting the U.S. economy and military infrastructure. The declaration of an Islamic Caliphate which was projected between 2013 and 2016. In this phase, Al-Qaeda expected the resistance from Israel to be heavily reduced. Declaration of the Islamic Army and a fight between believers and non-believers, also called total confrontation. Definitive victory projected to be completed by 2020. According to the 7-phase strategy, the war is projected to last 2 years. These are some ambitious people. The new model of Al-Qaeda is to socialize communities and build a broad territorial base of operations with the support of local communities, also gaining income independent of the funding of sheiks. I see. So, is this fully? This might be actually be. Is this fully available public? I think it is. 264 pages. I'm gonna assume that this is the that what I read is just basically the idea. Okay.
Being brought closer and closer to the reality of war. And, I do feel like for the first half of this show, it's almost like I was debating like an Aztec high priest about child sacrifice. And I'm sitting here and saying, hey, this is murdering a child. And he's sitting and saying, you don't even understand the doctrine. You don't even understand what it is that we're doing here. And it's like, no, look, the reality is, in effect, this is what's happening. And I think Eric's right also. Part of this has to do with the fact that we're wealthier than previous generations. We have a different understanding of morality, but it is just not the case. Also, I think it's part of the fact that in the West we have less children. And we have less children and we value the lives of our children that we have more. All of these things play a role. But again, the essential point, which I've said several times on the show to you, Pierce, here is that this is the whole game. Asymmetrical warfare. The action is always in the reaction, right? You could watch Osama bin Laden's son had a great article. If you want to Google it, it's Osama bin Laden, Dead and Loving It. And he wrote it like 2 years after Osama bin Laden died. And he was just talking about how like this is in my father's wildest dreams. He couldn't have imagined you would invade Afghanistan and invade Iraq and overthrow Gaddafi and take all of these other steps. The whole point of 9/11 wasn't to destroy America by bringing down our towers. It was to lure us into a war where he could bankrupt the United States of America, just as our CIA had trained him to do with the Soviets. And so the whole game here from Hamas was to get Israel to do exactly what Israel's doing now and turn the entire world against them. And from that, obviously, it's a sick, disgusting game to play. But from that perspective, they've been incredibly successful.
I mean, Eric, anyone who's watched the 45-minute film that Israel authorities produced of all the gruesome lowlights of what happened on October the 7th will feel the same sickening sense of utter revulsion that I felt when I watched it, as I have done to the scenes I've seen from Gaza. It was utterly horrific what happened on that day. And so I completely understand why so many Israelis and Jewish people around the world have felt so utterly determined to get rid of Hamas at all costs. I totally get all this. But in relation to what Dave said at the end there, just final word to you, where does that leave us, do you think?
I'm confused because I watched these videos and I hate it. It scars my mind. I will never be the same person after watching the gruesome nature of what's happened in Gaza. Some of it is fake, some of it is real. It doesn't matter. What I don't understand, and I'm just completely at a loss, is this hardens one's heart against whom? My tweet that I keep reading from October 17th, before Israel went into North Gaza, IDF-assisted suicide, Zugzwang, Munchausen by proxy. I said, this is going to be horrific. Innocent life is going to be lost in Gaza. This is a plan. And every time I see that, and I see people holding hostages, I think, wow, how fascinating that the world can't put together the fact that Israel is in effect forced to move. And this was clear before Israel ever went into Gaza. Sinwar, one of the things I did when I was in Israel was to yell at the Israelis saying, you had an evil genius who bested you. You pride yourself on your intellectual achievement. You lost. You're still talking about human shields. This guy's 2 moves, 3 moves ahead of you from the grave. And the fact is, I feel what Dave feels. I just feel it 100% towards Hamas. I don't understand. If people do not realize what war is, where it will be brought, whether it's Charlie Hebdo or the Bataclan or a parade in Nice, you are talking about a level of warfare that you cannot accept because it is predicated on a strategy of women and children being the biggest munition in war. This is the great asset in hybrid war. And what we are seeing is an innovation that has to be stopped. Israel is so bad at this. It hasn't figured out. Imagine if they had the supposed imaging we have for under the pyramids to map the tunnels of Gaza. Imagine that they developed ingenious ways of getting down there to spare more life. This is a call for Israel not to lose its soul. But the fact is that it's being outplayed by a dead master strategist. And my feeling is that when Israel speaks and tries to justify itself, it tends to lose me. The way that I really shifted my sympathies in this whole thing was by listening to the Arabs and listening to Hamas. And when they justify this, I just think, my God, as bad as I think Netanyahu has been in handling all of this, the absolute genius and complete evil of the Arab position here is something that has to be contested, and Israel does not appear to have better means to do it.
Yeah, and let's not forget that the official spokesman for Hamas, about 2 weeks after October the 7th, on camera, said that their intention was to do the same thing again and again and again, which I think is something that people often forget about in the mix of all this, which is Hamas is wedded to annihilating Israel. And that's, I think, a very important cog in this.
Yeah, but let's keep in mind who's actually being annihilated.
Well, I think, listen, there's no question that the scale of the retribution, one of the questions I asked repeatedly, as you
see what I'm talking like, bro, you just can't make this up. Like, you see what I'm talking about? So like what? So like, what's the solution? What the hell's the solution? We just let them, we just sit there and we sit there, we do some damage, we sit there and then just let them be until they just regain their strength, and then they attempt it again. And they kill more of our people, and then we just continue to just keep doing this over and over and over again. Like, there's just like, that's it. Like that's all you have for me. Like, is that really all you're gonna have for me? Like, that's it. Like, that's oh my God, bro. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you cannot take these people. You shouldn't try to take these people seriously. I feel like I could just that's right. All right, now we're finally caught up. Well, by caught up I mean like we finally, because after I do this, after I do this now, should be producing all of the resources I need. Right. Yep, there we go. See, now we're making our pyrite. Fantastic. Okay, cool. So now, because what we'll do is we're going to start building defenses or like weapons going up to it while we're sending in the robot guys, and that should hopefully work. And this looks like this is there's a piece of what is this? Need you to do that. Okay. So, because once I have that, are y'all both getting enough water? You both are getting enough water. Do I have enough electricity? I have enough electricity. All I gotta do now is just see like how much does this cost? Only 72. Okay, yeah, so we're good then. I think 72. So if I say 80, 60. All right, 3. Okay, so I'm not good. I'm like short 1. But I feel like with the pyrite, if I actually just change over to making cryo fluid, I should be good. Okay. Oh.
No day throughout the months after October was what is proportionate. I don't know the answer. I do know from.
Hey, what happened?
Relatives of mine who fought wars, that once a war starts, it's very, very difficult to control it. And it tends to be something that evolves in the way that it evolves, and history will show that a lot of innocent people get killed in every war that's ever been conducted. But what is happening in Gaza right now, I've never understood quite what Israel's end game is. I totally understand. They want to have the hostages released, and they should be. But what happens after you have flattened Gaza, short of what Trump is advocating of 2 million people migrating to neighboring Arab countries, which is a form of ethnic cleansing we haven't seen in modern times, in my estimation, by the definition of ethnic cleansing. I don't know how this ends or what happens afterwards, but it's whatever it is, it's going to be extremely messy to resolve. I've got to leave it there. Guys, Dave, I thoroughly enjoyed your debate with Douglas. I thoroughly enjoy you coming on Uncensored. I think you're what I would call you're a good faith actor. I always believe with you, as I do with Douglas actually, that I think you believe what you say. People may take issue with it, they may disagree with you, but I think both of you come from a position of believing what you say. And I obviously feel the same with you, Eric, and that's why you're 3 of my favourite guests. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Eric.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent.
Do I want to sit there and Hassan? Not really. What? Ooh, do we wanna? It's only 13 minutes. I think we can do this. I thought
it was pretty extraordinary how Trump basically had the whole cabinet in there. It was I haven't seen that before. I mean, did you see them all standing there behind the couch? Right. It was Marco Rubio sitting on the couch with Pam Bondi, and then Trump and Bukele sitting in their chairs, and behind Rubio and Bondi was everybody. Stephen Miller was there. Linda McMahon was there. Kristi Noem was there. Like, they're all, everybody was standing. I was like, wow, this is actually very cool. He's brought some into the Oval before, but like, there was a reason he brought them all in. And he used them to answer questions from reporters. And as I hear you talking about this, like park your car on it, I think he was parking the car yesterday. I'll just show you some of what I'm talking about, because those cabinet members and Stephen Miller, who's senior advisor to the president, were doing battle in particular with CNN's Caitlin Collins.
Which one is that? Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him? It's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens, who again is a member of MS-13, which is, I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan
but
to
the Supreme Court is asking to... No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here, because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your question to that for the court can only be...
Do you plan to return him?
How can I return him to the United States? Like, could I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
You can release him inside of Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. That's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into our
country. There's
a fascination. They would love it. Yeah, these are sick people.
The foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court.
We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country.
Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, you would abide by it.
How long do we have to answer this question from you? Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that?
Megan, I don't do this very often, okay, but
that is so crazy. And this is I knew this was gonna be bad, but you know what? Let me just hear what they're gonna say. This is what they're gonna say. They're gonna say, so mind you, there is no evidence. Nobody has produced any evidence that this man was actually part of MS-13 or he was convicted of any crime. I'm sorry. Like, you see how he's talking about, like he's part of this group that rapes children and does all this stuff. This particular man has been convicted of nothing. He has been charged with nothing. You know something? Let's even look it up. Look it up, right? I'm not even gonna bother with this man's name. I'm gonna just say, let's say Supreme Court order return of deported man, and then they're gonna give me name. The return of Salvadorian national Gilmar or Garcia, right? All right. Oh. They gave it to me in Bing. Oh, I don't want this. I want Firefox. I want Firefox. Okay. And No, let's say, let's say, oh yeah, I think legal history. Let's just say legal history. Let's try this one. Let's see. One lawyer's big worry about the Garcia case. Who is the man? So let's see. So times India. This would be good. Set the record straight about this guy. Oh, so here we go. We're gonna get the White House. We'll get the White House one. Let's see. So first, let's go here. Sound like the case of Maryland man mistakenly deported. April 14, April 4th, March 12th. Arrested by ICE. Yeah, but I want to know about like his background. The government accused him of legally living in Maryland of being a member of MS-13, even though he has not been charged with any gang-related crimes. In the court find that if it managed to return to US, he would be detained and removed from the country. He will either be removed to the country that's not El Salvador, or the government will seek to terminate his withholding of removal status and send him back to El Salvador, the following states, right? He can't return, there is nor will he release him within El Salvador. The question is preposterous. Yeah, we just heard that. Said in the court filing, the federal courts have no authority to direct the executive branch to conduct foreign relations in a particular way or engage with foreign sovereign. Okay. Garcia's attorney in a Saturday court filing highlighted President Trump's comments a day earlier that he would bring somebody back if directed to. Comments a day earlier that he would bring somebody back if directed to by the Supreme Court. Man, crazy. Because he never thought that the Supreme Court would actually tell him to do it. The lawyers characterized the president's statement as he acknowledges that the U.S. has the power to facilitate. I mean, maybe. Hey, he said he can do it, right? Just like how he says how he can sit there, he can force the world to like make a better deal for the United States by imposing tariffs. He should have the power to be able to compel a foreign government to release one man back into the custody to face the United States court system. I mean, sounds right to me. Federal judge demanded the government provide daily updates. Yep. Supreme Court ruled in uncertain with no dissenting votes that Trump must take steps to facilitate. I'm reading this shit backwards. Who wrongfully told him his status had changed. He had a withholding from removal status, which means he was allowed to stay in the U.S. because of the likelihood that he faced. So they lied. Well, I ain't even gonna go there. They lied to him. And then transferred it to a Texas detention center. Okay. We're going to see what the White House provides us, because this would be good. They better provide us like concrete, hard evidence that he committed crimes and all this other stuff. Story, blah, blah, blah. Was living legally in Maryland with his wife and child under special immigration status that protected him from being deported. But despite the judge's order allowing him to remain in the United States due to fears of gang persecution in El Salvador, he was mistakenly deported last month. Reports BBC the Trump administration later admitted the removal was an administrative error, but has since refused to comply with the Supreme Court directive. Yep. Maryland prison originally from El Salvador, crossed into the United States illegally around 2011. In 2019, he was detained by immigration officials in Maryland. A judge later ruled that he could stay in the country because returning home posed a threat to his safety. His wife, blah, 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 U.S. citizen, has accused both the Trump and the Biden to plan political gains with his life. The Trump and Bukele, I read that as Biden, I don't know, and Bukele administration. Garcia had no criminal record in either the U.S. or El Salvador and has never been charged with any gang-related activity. Trump officials claim he has ties to MS-13, a violent gang that started in 1980s and spread to Central America. A federal judge dismissed the allegations as a single unsubstantiated allegation. Senior lawyers insist the claims are baseless. Legal orders ignored. Diplomatic standoff. I mean, I wouldn't call this a diplomatic standoff. The U.S. doesn't want to do it, and the U.S. is telling the other guy not to do anything. Like on back channels, on the back end, I promise you, Trump is telling the man like you like no, I don't want you to do anything to get this man back. As long as you do that, we're good. Okay, so there's nothing there. Now let's see what the White House has to say. So Homeland Security. Today, Department of Homeland Security has set the record straight about in light of misleading mainstream media reports. This was just one of those examples of an individual that MS-13 gang member, multiple charges and encounters with an individual who had trafficking in his background, was found with other MS-13 gang members. Very dangerous person, and what the liberal left says fake news is sad. Okay. So they're saying he was around said people. Okay, let's see. Well, let's see. White House Deputy Chief of Staff also highlighted the President's authority to deport. The Supreme Court said, okay, yeah, I got that. Oh my God, they gave no information. You know how you know what would be so easy? You know what would be so easy? He committed crimes. He was involved in gang activity, right? Where's your evidence? Provide something. A charge. Criminal background, a report, something. All you're telling me so far is that you're just saying by just word of mouth that he was part of MS-13, but you haven't given no photo of saying he was found. Like can I get information of where the nature of his detainment, right? Because if I'm saying right here, so if I'm gonna take what Secretary Noam is saying, right, this is just one of those examples of an individual that is an MS-13 gang member, multiple charges and encounters with the individuals here. Trafficking in his background was found with other MS-13 members, right? Trafficking in his background. How easy would it be to release that information? It's supposed to be public information, right? If he has trafficking in his background, that means he has some involvement with the court system, right? Or the legal system. They could just as easily just release that in the background. You know what I'm talking about? This is how you know they're lying, right? How easy would it be? Because this would be father justification for your own side of people, like the MAGA people, and then this would be a way for you to also sit there and then prove that the left is crazy. If you just show us the information, just show the information that he has did these things, or that he is at least probability wise is a part of MS-13. But you're not showing us anything. And I'm sitting here and I was actually excited. I was excited when I saw this government website, because I was like, oh shit, because you know something at the very least. Like if this would be the one place where I know they would easily publish this information, or at least make some bullshit up, and give something, not just a statement, just give something, right? And it's just it's 3 paragraphs. It's 3 paragraphs. With 2 of them just talking about this is crazy, right? One of them is just about what the fuck the bald guy that doesn't have any understanding of just like how the American justice system is supposed to work. It's just full of just bullshit. In addition, DHS Assistant Secretary, then it's the Assistant Secretary. So, okay, so we got the Homeland. We got the Department of Homeland Security statement. And then, because we don't have anything, we got to get their assistant to also make a statement. Oh my God. You couldn't even just at least get the FBI, the CIA. No, you just... Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. In addition, DHS Assistant Secretary reaffirmed that this MS-13 terrorist gang member is where he belongs. I think this illegal alien is exactly where he belongs, home in El Salvador. He was in our country illegally. He is from El Salvador, born in El Salvador, and the media forgets to mention he is a MS-13 gang member. The media would love for you to believe, it's the same. Okay, and then this is where these cuckle fucks are about to sit there and they're just I'm actually just pissed, because nobody's actually giving us any real information. How can you say somebody is part of something? You don't even. Does he even have tattoos? Does he at least, please tell me this man at least got tattoos? Does he at least have tattoos? There it is. There it is. I see a tattoo. I see tattoos. I see a star. I see a star at least. Okay, at least he has a tattoo. At least he has a tattoo. maybe that's all it, that's right. This is so, oh my God, do I even want to listen? We're gonna let this video play just so I could show you guys, just like this is just the ignorance that's just like it's just so entrenched in these like parts of the whatever. I don't even if I'm being quite honest, I can't even say that this is even Republican. Honest to God, I don't even like if I'm being honest, I think like a bulk of Republicans, you actually took them to the side, would actually sit there and say that, I am all about supporting like deporting terrorists, right? But the man is on a court order not to be deported, right? And so like he has like a legal status to be here. And at the very least, he has no crimes. There's no evidence to explicitly link him to explicitly link him to MS-13. Why the fuck are we like spending time on this story? Let's get the easy dubs. I feel like most Republicans will sit there and say that on the back end and just be like, bro, just focus on the easy dubs first. Just get the easy dubs. At least let us get through midterms. God damn, let us get through midterms. Right? Just get the easy dubs. Get through midterms, then go crazy. Because it's going to take you a couple of years before you even get all of the actual hard evidence criminals first. That the ones from like actual crimes to like parking ticket violations, right? Before you start targeting the people that have no criminal like background whatsoever. Damn. That's what I'm talking about. Like, damn, you can't like I'm sure that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't even call this position or this level of just entrenched ignorance a real Republican position. It's being parroted by most workers because they're scared shitless out of themselves on like standing up for the American Constitution and what the justice system's supposed to be. It could, something? It could be very well the case that whatever his like legal this is a judge ruling, so let's look it up real quick. Let me see. Garcia legal status, right? Because this is a court ruling, but I wonder. Oh no. That's the Supreme Court ruling. I'm curious. Damn, it's not even that many pages. We're gonna read that in a second. Let me just. Where is? Let me think. It says lawyers did U.S. courts back. Oh, so this is a thing about that he was a member of MS-13 gang member. So we're gonna find it. You know what? That's what I want to know. We need to find this. I really wanted to see. So what I was looking for, what I was about to look for, was his actual legal status, because I'm just curious, like, what's the actual like legal, I don't know what the hell to call it, statutes or whatever, right? Whatever the court system just used to say that he can stay in the U.S. Like, is that like pending one? Is like, I know it's a temporary status, but like temporary status under like what like, like statute or whatever. But before we even get into that, let's just see if any of this stuff is even true. Let's see. April 14th. Deportation, Trump administration. On March 15, U.S. government deported to. Okay, yes, so that was today during an over meeting. Misleading statements about Garcia's case in a role that blah blah blah. Here are the facts. The court rules that was MS-13. That's what Attorney General Palm Bandy claimed. The 2009 two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court ruled that blah, blah, blah was a member of MS-13, she said in the White House. This needs context. U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement arrested in 2019 as he was looking for day labor outside a Home Depot store in Maryland. Excuse me. A police informant told police that he was an MS-13. Immigration judges denied bond, both initially and on appeal, citing the informant's accusation. In the initial denial, the judge said the determination gang membership appears to be trustworthy and supported by evidence from the gang field interview sheet, which in part referenced the informant. Lawyers have repeatedly said in court that the informant's accusations was fabricated. Denied bond is not equivalent to a ruling. Yeah, I understand that. Blah, blah, blah. In immigration bond hearings, detainees have the burden of proof to show that are neither a flight risk nor a danger to the community. Failed to meet this burden to show that he was not a danger. That's not the same as the government proving affirmatively that he was an MS-13 member. The immigration judge is only taking at face value any evidence that the government provides. It is not assessing its underlying validity at that stage. Right, because that was just for a bond hearing. So it sounds like to me he was still in the process of court proceedings. Later received an immigration protection called withholding or removal. Granting that protection required the Department of Homeland Security to decide he was not a danger to the security of the United States. Citing U.S. immigration law, the Trump administration did not appeal these determinations or granting of withholding or removal. So at the time, it did not consider him a threat, and no new evidence was presented. Wait, I just realized something. This shit was in 2019. This was during Trump's first term. So what the fuck was not the problem then that it was now? What? I'm sorry, guys. I'm like badly congested. I don't believe this. The Trump administration did not appeal these determinations, granting of withholding of removal. So at the time, it did not consider him a threat, and no evidence had presented since then. Since blah blah blah, lawyer and his client said his client has never been convicted of any crime related. Otherwise, any immigration court proceedings, conviction, blah blah blah. Declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist group. That meant that it was no longer eligible under federal law for any form of immigration relief in the United States, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Mills said. It's inaccurate for designations as a foreign automatically revoke is protection from removal. As senior fellow Americans, people who are proven. Well, I don't even have to read that far. Like even if I was to take all of this at face value, what it sounds like to me, it sounds like so the court hearings from the first level court and the appeal immigration court, that was just that sounded like that was just strictly over his bond, like whether he was going to get bond or not, and they denied him bond just because on just like the evidence being presented that he was potentially a member of MS-13. Right, so this has nothing to do, right? So that's on bond, right? So this isn't like the actual proceeding where you need to prove that he is a member of MS-13 and so therefore needs to be deported, right? We're gonna try to find like the original case. I have to find the original case to actually figure out what was the what was being argued, what was being asked of, and go from there. People who are proven members of terrorists are ineligible for protection from removal, but that's what I'm saying. Like they hadn't gotten to that part. They just denied him bail just based off of the evidence. They didn't actually make a determination. They're just like, okay, there's some evidence that says that you could be, so I'm not going to give you any bond. How do you become a flight risk when you're an illegal immigrant? I guess you could smuggle yourself back out of the U.S. I guess, maybe. So this is completely like inaccurate. So people were proven okay, but in Garcia's case, to revoke his protection, the U.S. government would have been required under law to reopen his immigration court proceeding and prove to the judge that he was a member of MS-13. Wait. I'm thinking the status was just because like he was just in the midst of immigration proceedings, so they didn't want him to just be sent off while he was going through it. Was that the end result of the court system? Meaning, so this is what happened. So it sounds like to me like the initial thing in the court. So he starts the court proceeding. They're going to lock him up and then determine if he's going to be eligible for bond. The U.S. government says, no, he should not be eligible for bond because we have this evidence to suggest that he might, they're always going to argue that he is part of MS-13, but we have evidence to say that he's part of MS-13. The judge looks as it under the lens of specifically determining if they're going to give him a bond. And both that court and the appeals court says, no, we're not going to give him a bond because of the evidence that suggests that he could be a member of MS-13. We're not going to vet the evidence to say that it is whether it's legitimate or not. This is just strictly for the sake of determining if it's okay to render him a bond. So they both said no. And then, he goes through the court proceedings where that same evidence that they're using is going to now be under scrutiny, right? Be under actual judicial scrutiny. And it was proven that he was not part of MS-13 and how he got his protection status. So the court that they're referencing that says that proves that he was part of MS-13 is the same court that sat there and said that there's no evidence to prove that he is part of MS-13, so he gets a protection status to not get persecuted by the gangs or the government in El Salvador. That's crazy. That's what this sounds like. But did not do so. Would be akin. There's no evidence that there's a terrorist. It's unproven. MS-13, therefore, a terrorist after the gang's foreign terrorism, blah blah blah. Could be released and the U.S. government could grant him humanitarian parole as part of the court order requiring the facility is returned to Trump Station when Supreme Court. But okay, we need to find his 20. We need to find that court. We need to find that court ruling, right? Because it sounds like that's the same court that granted him the protection status. So this is all about to make sense now. So this is about to tell me if they're just lying out there fucking we can almost say for sure that they are like lying. Hello, magnificent gamer. What's going on?
Hell yeah! A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. 2019 court case. That's 2025. Please tell me that was deported on March 15. Despite an immigration judge 2019. Can I get a copy of the 2019 court case? Garcia's let me see, hold on. Court case. Garcia 2019 immigration court case. Is that public information? I feel like it would I feel like it would be public information, right? Hell, to just come back. Stop it. Hold on. Garcia 2019. Hold on, I'm about to look at the message in a second. Immigration court case. Can I ask you your opinion on something? Sure. Go ahead and ask away. Whatever it is you want to ask, I'll do my best to try to give you an answer. DOJ must provide details of attempts to return during 2019 in order that he held pending a full hearing months later. Excuse me. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to go to like one of those like paid like legal document hosting places. The order that require records and sworn answers from Trump station officials furthers a legal standoff in the case of. You know what? Hopefully ChatGPT can find me something. New question. I'm sure you're still drafting up your question, so I'll be waiting for it. New question. Would you be able to point me to where I could find a immigration court case And do you also happen to have any information about it? I am looking for a 2019 immigration court case to include any appeals on Kilmar Arbor Garcia. Am I correct in my assumption that immigration court proceedings are public information? Okay. And while ChatGPT is making that stuff for me, let me see what the question you asked us. All right. So let's see what we got here. So I'm a Christian from the United States, and Trump said in a quote, "We're a great country, but we had stupid people running this country," and I can say it. What they've done to us at the border should never and can never be forgotten. It's a sin what they did. The end of the quote is what scares me. He calls that a sin, but in reality, it's not so. What is he trying to say here? That he's God, or what are your thoughts? It makes me very uneasy. Well, let me tell you something. I'll be totally honest with you. Considering how old he is, like he's on the very fringe end, at like the end of his life. He's like 80, I think like 80, like 83 or something like that. Let me see Trump age. Hold on, because this is going to be important for me to kind of loop all this together. Trump age. Yeah, see, he's 78, right? So he is like he at best like maybe like 10, 15, and I mean if he's like really lucky, like 20, maybe 20. 20 might be kind of pushing it. Yeah, 20 might be kind of pushing it, but he's like around like 10. You got 10 like 15 years left in his lifespan, right? At this point in his life, the end goal is going to be for him to just do like whatever the hell he wants, and however he feels like is the best thing in his own determination, because even if it's like egregiously wrong or whatever, like he's about to peace out in the world in another 10 to 15 years. So like, it's not like he'll suffer very long. So it's my honest belief that what he is going to do is he is going to fulfill and do his own personal, he's going to enact his own personal will on what exactly he thinks should be done, regardless of, U.S. constitutional, whatever the U.S. Constitution says, whatever the justice system is supposed to operate. And so, and you see that clearly, like with this whole like finagling of like the court system, right? So with regards to the border, he's obviously like that's getting shut down, right? We already saw that was shut down and stuff, right? And he is going to, by any means, he is going to get rid of any single illegal person here in the United States, whether there's people that you can sit there argue that's a good or bad thing. He's gonna do it by any means too. Like this case thing that we're trying to find right now, like what it sounds like to me so far is that this is somebody. First off, this is somebody that had a legal protected status. He wasn't even supposed to be deported, and he's going to, and despite all of that, he still sent that man to El Salvador, like to basically suffer, right? This man had a legal protected status to not, so that he doesn't get persecuted or get like basically just like, I don't want to say murdered, but like basically get abused and just tortured in El Salvador, and that didn't matter. He's here illegally, so we're just going to send him. He didn't commit a crime, right? We have no evidence to show that he committed a crime, right? We have a bunch of people. There are illegal immigrants here who have committed crimes. We're not going to just sit there and just make sure we absolutely prioritize those first, right? Whoever we can get our hands on who is not a U.S. citizen is going to be sent, who is not a U.S. citizen. So this includes any green card holders, all that stuff, right? Which is why you also got the students that are having their visas revoked, right? Because they support, they protest, for the Palestinians. Right. And it's just it's so sad and crazy. I don't like what he has been doing, and I can't believe Christians could ever vote for him. We're called to be humanitarians and not isolationists. Well, I mean, So I'll say this is that I don't think. Well, I mean, you got to think about it too, right? Like, if you was going to look at it, if you're going to look at it like strictly in a religious lens, you like Christians or like really anybody like who's like heavy in religion would have never voted for Donald Trump, right? Because like of just like all of the you know the what is it? What's the word I want to use? I'll just say just dog shit, just treatment of just of immigrants, non-white people, of just non-white people, period. You know, just like, you know, DEI hires, right? You know, the illegal, all Mexicans are rapists and murderers, right? Then you had the whole Stormy Daniels, the whole, like, you know, the whole sex with the porn star while your wife was like pregnant thing that like was big, right? That you know, came up in the debate with Biden. Like, it's just all this stuff, like, you know, from if you was really going to just base it off of religion, like no religious person would sit there and vote for him. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of like, even and you know, like you could take it for what it's worth, but like most religious people aren't even like faithful to their religion anyway to begin with, right? They invoke their religion when it suits them, and then disregard it when it doesn't. And that's like a bulk of these people, right? This is bulk Christians, right? Because otherwise, why do you have Catholics like, you know, messing with them messing with them kids in the churches? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like it's like you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I don't like let's see. We have been deceived. Well, I don't know about being deceived. I think just like a bulk of the Christians. I think there's just enough Christians. Well, I mean, there's just enough people, period, that just don't think that any of that any of that stuff's a problem. They just want they wanted him voted so he can achieve like the things that he said he was going to do, right? Anybody that has a problem with him doing what he said he was going to do and they voted for him, I don't know what to tell you, right? The people I have the most like issue with are the people that chose not to vote because they thought the other side was worse, and then he's ended up doing the things that were your reason for not voting for the other person. Like, for example, like I'm like the people that didn't vote for Kamala Harris because they was like she wasn't going to do enough for the Palestinians, for example, right? I want to especially hear what these people got to say now, right? Because obviously Trump is going to let Israel, like you could have told he was going to just let Israel just do whatever the hell they want now, which is exactly what they're doing, and about to take up more land and stuff, all throughout Palestine. So all that's like all said and gone with, you know. I don't know. He campaigned to be for us, but he isn't for us at all. I had my doubts from the start. You know, at the end of the day, that didn't matter. As far as I could tell, what most people are saying they voted for him on the economy. And it's just crazy, you know, they voted for him for the economy, you know, because inflation was so bad. Meanwhile, the rest of the world had like much more worse inflation than the U.S. But, you know, I'm not even going to talk about that. But, you know, about the economy being so bad. And then here he is with his tariffs is now about to completely just set it on set it in the toilet. Like, that's what's about to happen. And the worst thing is that he couldn't even keep his word on that, right? Because you see, now he gave the exemptions for chips and other stuff that was about to just be made crazy expensive, because tariffs doesn't work when you don't have the supply chain to like not make things, you know, overly expensive for the American people. But let's see. We're supposed to be forgiving, not fueling the hatred towards people. Well, at this point, I would say that a bulk of the nation, by bulk I mean like close to about 50% now, like all of that just doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it just doesn't. I would even argue, I'd argue that even if you was to take the separation of church and state out of the Constitution, or the intent of the Constitution, and like indoctrinate all of the United States into a Christian, you know, religion, like the outcome that like this treatment would actually kind of be more or less the same, as far as like, you know, like they're not American citizens, and, you know, therefore they have no legal status here, they have no legal justification here, and so we're just gonna kick them out. There's, you know, regardless of asylum laws, international you know, agreements, all that other stuff. I am pro-Israel, but I don't like that people die. Yeah, and you know, you can make arguments on both sides, but at the end of the day, with regards to Israel and Palestine, like if Hamas, the Palestinians voted in Hamas. Hamas kept on like shooting rockets and launching attacks on Israel. After a while, and then like they sat there and then they did the October 7th, and then just after a while, then you just give the Israelis enough of a justification to do what their end goal is. Because I can sit there and say for sure that Israel's end goal is just to wipe out that whole area. Like if they could just make all of the Palestinians just poof, so they could just take all the land, there's enough people there that I'm sure would do it. And it's understandable why, because you wouldn't want to live next to a group of people whose governments has stated that their whole point of existence and goal is to destroy your country, and then they keep lobbing rocket after rocket into your territory. It's just it's sad. It leads to this bloodshed and stuff. And we had an opportunity with Biden to sit there and make sure Israel didn't go too far, and to actually force a deal where once Hamas was fully defeated, all the hostages were returned, that Israel could then actually be separated from the Palestinians. Like Israel originally said they wanted to do, was stop having to have to govern and watch over the Palestinians. So I don't know. That's against Christianity and the whole God gave us a choice whether to follow or not. So forcing things on people is fully against everything. This is true. Yeah, we got all these people especially on the Republican side that are so adamant on pumping religion into the school system. Into all these other parts of the United States. I have a friend from Haifa who's Arab, Arab. He doesn't like Hamas. It's a lot of misinformation. So when I say that they voted him in, I'm not saying or implying that Hamas has the full genuine support of the Palestinians, right? As a matter of fact, we just saw it. Wasn't it a couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago or two, where the Palestinians were protesting Hamas at some point, right? I am completely under the impression that Hamas is obviously ruling with an iron fist, in that they're sitting there and their support could have initially been genuine, right? They got voted in. They could have easily just lied, and then from that point forward, then they just use an iron fist to sit there and shut down dissent and threaten people to continue to always support them, whatnot, and maybe do some radicalization activities on the side to to spike up people in order to support the terrorist cause and whatnot. But I totally understand that the Palestinians, that there's probably a decent amount of, hell, it could be 50% of the population that doesn't support them. But the unfortunate reality is that so long as the Palestinians as a whole, at least, I would say you need at least maybe 60% is good enough. People say that you just need a quarter, but I would say 60% to not just get murdered, to not just have all your people murdered. But if enough of the Palestinians would actually just turn on Hamas, overthrow them, create a new government, and then sit there and be we will now just seek strictly peace with the Israelis, what you would then achieve is, first of all, if all the killing would stop, but you would force the Israeli hands. Now this is where you can now flip it on them and make them really feel the international pressure on actually making peace and stopping the killing and stopping all of the illegal activities that the Israelis have been doing, the settlements, encroaching onto Palestinian land, taking more land, sitting there and wrong. I think it was some stuff about wrongly prosecuting people in the West Bank and whatnot, all that stuff. You could do all that, but so long as the Palestinians as a collective don't do that, it's just at the end of the day, Hamas is the de facto government for the Palestinians, and so long as Hamas is continuing to make those decisions, it's going to suck for the Palestinian people. Nothing they can do about it. So the fact they use Christianity to push their own narrative, that irritates me. Yeah, all of the Israelis have ever wanted, my friends. Well, all the Israelis have ever wanted, my friends from Israel have said, is that they want to live in peace. Yeah, exactly, right? At the end of the day, they just want to live in peace, right? Like I'm telling you, like even for like that section of Israel that sits there and just wants to like take up all the land and remove all the Arabs. Let's say that exists, right? You could sit there and you could easily kill all of that by just on the Palestinian side overthrowing Hamas and then only pursuing peace and then like making concrete steps to say peace and peace only, because now that the Israelis have so much heat and pressure internationally on them about it, now all of the things that the Israelis have been doing that have been wrong, like the settlements and stuff, they have to stop it now, because now that's it, right? Because once the Palestinians, once the Hamas, because they would have overthrown Hamas, once there's no longer a livelihood threat to Israel, all of that is going to collapse. Like all of that is going to collapse, and peace would have to be achieved. But this will never happen. And so long as Israel is in a position where they can essentially have justifiable, legally justifiable reasons to do the things that they do, albeit they will make mistakes, of course, right? Because war is never perfect, right? But so long as like as the Palestinians and Hamas give them a legal reason to be able to do the things they do, and then sit there and be slick and take more land because they're doing the things that they're doing, like this will never change. This will ultimately end with the Palestinians being wiped out. That's going to be the end result. That is going to be the end result. That's where it's going to end at. They could have bombed them all long ago if they wanted to. It's a stupid argument. Yeah, exactly. Like if they really wanted to, they could have easily wiped them out. Ask the people addressed in if war is fair. Yeah, exactly. Like war, war is war. So, all these people that take issue with innocent people being killed, like it is what it is. It's war. Like especially the way Hamas does it. Like Hamas sits there and they use the civilian infrastructure. They use the civilian population to hide themselves within. So like So innocent civilian people are going to die. It's just, it is what it is. But yeah, let's try to see. Oh yeah, so we was looking for that court case. I'm pull up this court case because I think tomorrow we'll try to. Ooh, actually, I might not even stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's what? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. I might not stream. So this might actually be my last stream until I come back Tuesday, because I most certainly, when I get off of work, I'm packing, getting ready, because I'm leaving tomorrow, and then I'll be back Monday, which obviously I'm not going to stream that night. So then we'll pick it back up Tuesday, maybe do politics one more time for the rest of that week, and then we get straight into our regular routine. Is probably what I'm gonna do. It's like you are the first person not to absolutely rip into me for saying any of this. I congratulate you. It's like a whole bunch of yelling. Yeah, I'm not that. I'm really not that kind of person. Like, saying like I can sit there, I can sit there and see both sides of the argument while also being very clear at what side you should support and be on, right? While still holding the same side, the other side to account and whatnot. Like, all of that, like getting wrapped up in sides, whether you're secretly paid for by any particular organization, or you have your own like moral beliefs and stuff like that. I try to keep all of that separate. Like, I have my moral beliefs and whatnot, but I'm not going to sit there and enforce that or think that this is how people should also believe as well. Like there's general morals that everybody has decided to agree on. That's why the legal system's in place, right? We designed the legal system based off of our morality, and there is a rule of law with regards to war, right? And so long as that's being followed, which, as we know with clear evidence, undisputable evidence, that Hamas is not following that, because they entrenched themselves so deep into the civilian population to try and like prevent Israeli attacks, that it is what it is, right? Because you can't tell me that like, a group of people could come into your land, do all this stuff, and then go hide in the civilian population, and then there's nothing you could do about it, just for them to come back and then just eventually do it again, right? Because like I said, Hamas has said that they're just going to keep doing it. So it's just, and it's understandable. And again, this doesn't excuse the shit that Israel has done, right? Like that thing recently with the ambulance, that shit's like crazy. I don't know if you've seen the video of like the ambulances coming up whatnot, and then the people got out, and then they basically like gunned them down, and then like the Israelis tried to like lie and say like they were like but everybody lies to try and like protect their sides, right? But like but just like to get caught so red-handed is just like so sad. But like to say that they were terrorists or whatever, right? Or that they were doing like something, I forgot what was the exact argument, that they were actually doing like they were coming too close or doing some movement and stuff, and then the video comes out that actually showed that what they were saying was just an outright lie. Like it's just shit like that. It's just as like yeah, like no, like you was most certainly wrong, right? The thing with the humanitarian aid, when they like bombed the clearly marked like humanitarian vehicles, saying that there was like a singular Hamas individual on the truck or something like that. Just like, it's just crazy. They were alleged terrorists. It should be soldiers against soldiers, not soldiers civilians against civilians. They're alleged terrorists. Hamas has been known to use civilian clothing through and others. Yeah, that and that's the problem, right? And that's what I'm saying. That's why like I don't like, I understand it's sad that the civilians get killed, but like until the civilians get enough of it and overthrow Hamas, like it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's not going to stop. And then the thing is that it's not going to stop and end until eventually the Palestinians are wiped out. For as long as Hamas maintains control, is like until they do a revolution over there in Palestine, in the whole Palestinian thing. This is going to continue, and this is going to keep going on, because then you're going to always have that subsection in Israel that's going to do things to make sure that they keep antagonizing and provoking, right? Like, even if a bulk of Israel just want to live in peace, there's still like that subsection that's going to sit there and use political clout or political capital to sit there and try to continue to like enrage and invoke the Palestinians to do whatever, like attack whatever, so then they can have the justification to take more land and stuff. Like, this is this I can say is like all obvious, and it's just it's just like you can't stop it. The only way you're going to stop that is completely ending all hostility. I'm telling you, if they just end all hostility, the Israelis would lose with respect to like wouldn't be able to do anything but move towards peace and a full coexistence between the Israelis and the Palestinians, separate territories or whatever. They use kids to fight as well. Another thing, I don't believe in the death penalty for anyone at all. Yeah, I'm not really I can't say that I'm like 100% like not for the death penalty. I will say that I am seriously restrictive of it. It shouldn't just be handed out just cause, I think like wasn't I just because like it's like the ultimate form of punishment that if you get wrong, then like it's like the craziest. Like I would call that a sin, right? If you get a death penalty wrong, that's probably the worst sin you could possibly commit in the eyes of, we won't bring religion into the eyes of God. You know what I'm saying? Like to sit there and because I think I was reading an article, I was reading a story not too long ago about the youngest person that was put on death row, and it was like some kid, it was like some black kid, I think it was like 15 years old or something like that. I think he was accused of assault or rape or something like that, and then he got the death penalty. He was this was this was way back in like the height of like racial times, right? And so like he got the death penalty and was killed, and then sometime later they found out he was actually innocent, and I'm just like, that's the exact reason why the death penalty really shouldn't even be used. Sin, not son. There's no son that cannot be forgiven. There's no son that cannot be sin, not son. Oh, reason why let those without. Oh, you was correct. I'm sorry. I was like, hold on. Reason why let those without sin cast the first stone. There's no son. He says, okay. There's no sin that cannot be forgiven. So I'm on a cell phone. I apologize. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I thought I was wrong for a second. I was like, hold on, did I mispronounce? I thought I mispronounced the word for a second because I tend to do that sometimes. I'm trying to. This is the part of me doing this too is for me to work on my articulation skills. I am trying to be able to speak better, more clearly and more thoughtfully, and you can't do it without practicing, and this is hopefully it. So you're fine. I'm happy to have you. I appreciate you like spending your time with us. So yeah. So let's see. Immigration court proceedings. Let me see if I can find that court case. Immigration court proceedings. And continue to ask your questions and stuff too. By the way, I'm definitely reading and listening. Hold on. And I see too. Okay, yeah, so it's good. Okay, so let's see. Immigration court proceedings are generally considered public records, though access to specific documents may require formal requests or legal representation. Regarding the case, there is a public available court document details this legal proceedings. This document provides a comprehensive overview of his case, including the 2018 immigration court decision granting withholding of removal, subsequent events leading to his deportation, and legal arguments presented in his appeals. More detailed information or access to additional documents, you may consider contacting the Executive Office of Immigration Review or consulting with legal professional. Okay, so probably can't access the. Okay, so there's probably is no way to access the court documents. I would love to be able to see. You probably need like one of those paid services. I forgot what those legal paid services are. That give you access to court. The court documents and whatnot, court cases. Obviously I'm not paying for that. I'm not, but okay. So, I mean, I guess it is what it is, but this is what it sounds like. So I'll always preface it whenever I'm referencing this now, I'll always preface that as far as I can tell, unless somebody actually pulls up the 2019 court case, that the whole MS-13 thing was just because, he was being alleged to have been in a gang, and part of the proceedings said that he is possibly part of the gang, and so that's why they denied him bail. But then at the end of the proceeding, it was determined that he was not part of the gang, which is the reason why he got granted the legal status of staying in the U.S. for fear of prosecution and potential, and torture from El Salvador, whatever like gangs there are. And Donald Trump's Justice Department chose not to appeal that because I guess they didn't have any evidence to actually prove he was part of MS-13, and so therefore they left it be. That is a key thing that we now know. See, this is why it's important to actually pull that stuff out. Another thing, Ukraine situation. He wanted to secede land. Cede land to the Russians. I don't believe in that. I thought they learned from history, but no, when the British and French have Hitler, what he wanted by letting him rearm the Rhineland, letting him Ashklus, Austria, taking the Sudetenland from. Oh man, you was really making my articulation skills get try here. Oh, I can that word. I can hear it in my mind being said, and I cannot make my tongue say it. Sklotsvia. Okay, fine. We are going to have to fill it out because it's going to drive me mad if I can't say the word. It's going to drive me mad if I can't say the word. I can see it being said, and I just can't. My brain refuses to let my tongue do the work. How long? Oh, man. Here it goes.
Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia. See, let him Merlin's from Czechoslovakia. He should have never gotten away with it. Neither should Putin. Oh, you already put it out for me. Thank you. Czechoslovakia. I really appreciate the assistance there. Czechoslovakia. I'm gonna say this while I'm going to bed. Czechoslovakia. Jesus Christ. So are you saying, yeah, right? So, but you know, the thing is though, that's the U.S. That's the U.S. doing that though, right? That's not Europe. Europe, all of Europe knows exactly what's going on with Putin and how he's not going to stop here, right? It's only the U.S. that's just sitting there trying to let me take this back. I don't want to say the U.S. It's not the U.S. It's people in the U.S., right? Because it's this apparatus of people, some of which we found out to be paid, receiving Russian money, right? That sit there and think that all of this is about NATO expansionism and how, like, if we just didn't like expand, Russia would have never even invaded Ukraine. But now that if they just give up the territory and then they just stop there, the Russians is not going to sit there and invade anybody else, which we all know is bullshit, right? And like he was referring to with Hitler, right? Because if I recall correctly, didn't he start off invading Poland? I think it was invaded Poland, and then the British or like France or whatever was like, okay. If you don't invade anymore, we'll just let it be. And then he continued to then invade after that, right? I think, right? I believe it was Poland, or maybe it was some other country he started with first and then it got to Poland or whatever. But like, that's just that's just the history, right? And then we all know, in Putin's own words, right, that he said he wants to restore like, the Soviet Union, right? As far as like all the countries in it, was Ukraine, Belarus, was it Georgia or something, or some other country. It was a union between the Czech Republic and the Slovakian Republic. Oh, okay, we're basically in an autocracy. Excuse me, man, an autocracy, oligarch at this point. It starts way before he invaded Poland. It started way before he invaded Poland. Okay, we'll have to. There was a video we was watching. I'm gonna have to put that on my to watch list. I think I have it in my to watch list. We might pull that up when we come back streaming next week. But so unfortunately it is 2:30 in the morning for me, right? I'm sure it's probably like regular human time for you, but we got to go to bed. So I am going to actually end it here. We kind of pulled off a lot of stuff. We got some good stuff we did cover. I was gonna finish watching this video, but I'm just not even gonna watch because I already know, like, just like the ignorance, the amount of ignorance I know is in this video. I don't have any time for it. So so I'm just gonna go ahead and kill that. Let's see. First, the rearmament, the Rhineland, then Austrian Aschglitz, then the Sudetenland, which was an agreement between France and Britain to reintegrate the Germans of the Sudetenland into Germany. Then he broke that. Then he fully annexed the modern Czech Republic. Then he set up Slovakia as a puppet state. Then he invaded Poland. Yeah. We're gonna do I wanna like do a dig until like the start of World War II. That's gonna be we'll also add that to our to-do list, right? Because I think we'll hit the Russians first, and then we'll like actually World War II, just to get to it. So let me close this. So we got our information about the thing. So now we know that they're lying out their teeth about the guy that was deported wrongly, because there's no evidence of him being MS-13, and even the court that they were referencing then eventually it basically exonerated the man. Hence is why they gave him legal status, which Trump's Department of Justice back then chose not to appeal. So excuse me. And we'll kind of we'll close this up, right? So I do need a second to like finish up, put myself in a position to save this game, and then we'll close it. You could continue. I'm gonna be on for like literally like maybe 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna we'll peace out. I just because usually like I'll like listen to stuff while I'm like playing a game, and then like and go from there. So first, I need this microphone to move down, please. And let's finish this up. Let's see here. Okay, so what did I need? I needed, this is the overflow, right? No, this is the, oh, that's right, because I needed it to get out the way, because I need to make titanium. Okay, now I remember what it was I needed to do. I hope that we don't make the same mistake that Germany did. When you say we, are you referring to, let me think about it. Are you referring to Europe? Like just basically like all of Europe? Because there is a chance, well, the problem is that it shouldn't be like I'm actually, this is the one silver lining I find good about what Trump is doing, right? Because I find it kind of crazy that the Russians did what they did, and the whole dependence the outcome of the Ukrainians of Russia being like, being defeated or not achieving their goals of eventual expansionism is literally hinging on the United States and not just the collective apparatus known as the European Union, right? To also include the UK. Since I don't, if I recall correctly, the UK is not part of the EU, I think, right? Was it Brexit? Wasn't that where Brexit was? But we already did a mistake that the Weimar Republic did. We voted a dictatorless person in. Did you now? The Weimar Republic. Let me just, I do want to get I'll give it a quick Google here because I am not familiar with this place here. Hold on. I don't know why that opened that up. I could have swore I said my Firefox. Stop messing with me. Weimar Republic. What country or where beeth this place? Weimar. Damn, are we gonna? Was the German government in existence? Oh, so this is the end of the world. Oh, I'm thinking this is like a current country because this is like. So hold on. France and Britain have always prevailed. They can again. I hope so too. I really do hope so too. Weimar is a current country, right? Or no, because this is telling me that they were from 1919 1933, following the end of World War I and the abdication of the Kaiser, and it's named after the city. Was the German state? Oh, it's the German state. In 1930, Germany states in 1925. Until the 1930s. But if not, I hope new countries of today stand and liberate the nations of the old. Well, we can only hope so. We can only hope people take a stand against tyranny. It gets harder and harder with each passing time, right? Because what do they say? How do they say it? Peace. Soft times make soft men, and then soft men makes hard times, and hard times make hard men. So, and as they say, we're in that soft era where like people just are not having any appetite to just do the hard work to protect the justice and democracy, or just moral justifiable living to begin with. I'm going to go with this country must not be in existence anymore. 1944, Nazi during under the pretense that all extreme measures laws they implemented were constitutional. Notably, there's no attempt to replace or essentially amend the Weimar Constitution. Nonetheless, Hitler's seizure of power had effectively ended the Republic, replacing its constitutional framework. Oh, okay, so I see. Enabling the Act 1933. Okay, I have to put this in the back of my mind. Used until 1935, when it was replaced by the swastika flag. Oh, okay, so this was like the pretense into the rise of Hitler. That is good to know. I will keep this in the back of my mind. Let's see. Nurtinen Musenkrieg Führen. But only tyrants starts war. Oh, okay, that's a cool phrase. Nurtyren. Now you're gonna make me actually. I gotta jump on my other computer because I'm using a dual computer stream. Rage, not start. I'm going to copy that and let me hit Google. Tyrant Newson. And I think if I use translate, right, it will actually have the pronunciations for me, or it'll say it for me. Only tyrants have to wage wars.
Nur Tyrannen müssen Kriege führen.
Nur Tyrannen müssen Kriege führen.
Nur Tyrannen müssen Kriege führen.
God damn, Google, move your messages out the way.
Nur Tyrannen müssen Kriege führen.
Nurterahen müssen Kriegen führen. Okay. Nurterahen müssen Kriegen führen. Nurterahen müssen Kriegen führen. Actually, it's crazy. It's pronounced almost exactly like it says. Nurteranen müssen Kriegen führen. Assuming Google's not hoeing me in the actual proper pronunciations, I'm gonna assume it's not, but we'll keep that in mind. Nurteranen müssen Kriegen führen. Nurteranen.
Nur Tyrannen müssen Kriege führen.
Okay. Well, that's cool to know. Near Tyrann. Only tyrants have to wage wars. All right, let's. I'm now wrapping this up. Now I'm going to like just finish this real quick, and then we're done. So, excuse me. So what I want to do is, damn, that's the only source of titanium in my immediate area. So it looks like I'm gonna have to dedicate all of it. In fact, let me think about this. Okay, so I am going to. Okay, so I know what I want to do. I know exactly what I'm doing. Kill this, right? Boom, and then what we're going to do is I'm just going to just move this up. All right, we'll move this up, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an overflow gate right here. And that way I can reconnect this, so that way we got that going. And then what I'm going to do is now I'm going to move this over here. So that's my titanium, right? So, okay, cool. So we got the titanium. And then what I need to do now is I need to get the cryo. Where the hell's the cryo thing at? Yeah, it's right here, right? So I'll put the cryo thing right here. I feel like 2 should be fine. Yeah, I feel like 2 should be fine. And then now what we're going to do, we're approaching the end of like our little setup here. I wish you good days ahead. Your shoe is floating in the background. Yeah, let me see. Can I make it a little clear here, because you'll have me a little bit blurry. Yes, I have a shoe back there that is floating in the background, and the little white ball underneath it, I forgot to turn the light on. The light will be on next time. And that's also like a floating moon. It's supposed to be lit up white. Floating moon, but yes, it is a floating shoe in the background. Yes, it is. One of my prized possessions. I love it. So let's wrap this up here, because I'm just going to simply do this. And oh no, that's fine, because I can just as easily put that, so don't worry about it. There we go, boom. And then what I'm going to do is take a pump now. We'll take a little water pump. So just get like a simple, get a chance to do what I gotta do. And then what I'm just going to simply do is the bridge, right? Yeah, bridge. Oh, cool. I can actually take it, put it straight there, and then go here. I need a router, so we're gonna do a router right here. And yeah, once I build this, then I'm done. I'll be officially done. And boom. Okay. And hopefully that works. And this is right. Cool. Right. And all right. And what are we at on electricity? Cool. I do or should put batteries, right? So I'm just gonna say that, hey, you need to build you some batteries, and I just need to put them in an undisclosed place, like that hopefully won't get destroyed. So right here looks good. Oh, they're that big? Damn, they are that big. Let's just put 2 of those right there for right now. Say that's good. We got the cryo fluid. We have the pyrite, and then I'll remember the next time I pick this up to get the electricity generated. That scared you. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's yeah. It is a cool contraption though. Let me see. So that, okay, so that, yep. So that's going to slowly store power, and we're done. Okay, yep, we're done. We have our yep, we got our cryo fluid. All that's fit. They have their titanium. We have power already done, and then tomorrow we will be able. Well, tomorrow, the next time we stream, we'll go on the offensive and start attacking the enemy base. All right, because this is going to require. This is going to require some work, but it's going to be. It'll be fun. I can't wait, but I'm gonna have to wait like nearly a week before I get to it. So hopefully I even remember what the hell I'm doing. But we'll go ahead and save and quit that now. All right, go ahead and end that. Okay. And all right, we're done. All right. Well, that concludes that. The Magnificent Gamer, I really appreciate you hanging out with us, and for everybody else that was also stopping by. I see you guys over there in Kick and YouTube as well. That was like popping by. Again, I said we finally got a little bit of stability in our lives with respect to our streaming stuff. And I think ultimately I'm gonna like probably settle with a week on, week off kind of approach, just so that way I can also have the time to like do the video editing and whatnot to publish them to the YouTube channels, and whatnot. But yeah. So with that being said, you guys take care. I appreciate everyone. Again, I'll stream next week Tuesday, I believe is when I'll have to pick it up. I gotta pack tomorrow. I have to pack tonight. But yeah, next week Tuesday, and then we'll be back into the flow of things. So yeah, you guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.